I'm well. I'm well. I was watching a video on the New Age practice of breatharianism, which is the belief that a human can survive without food, that food is more of an addiction than anything. Breatharianism. Hold on, let me. Um, yeah, it's the belief that a human can survive without food, and that instead of eating food, they sustain themselves off of light and the energy of the universe. Um, that kind of stuff is like so fascinating and so horrible. And there's always this like there's this consistent brand of con artistry um, that comes with it, where say like um, yeah, food yummy. That's what I'm saying. Like if I wasn't eating food, like how will I have had the most delicious Lebanese breakfast of my entire life? Welcome, Fruit Ninja fan. Um, yeah, it's so like fascinating and in like a fucked up kind of way. Um, I had another train of thought. It'll come back to me. But while watching this video, I was like getting ideas for a character actually, for this Vampire the Masquerade cyberpunk campaign. And my character has like her own kind of cult going on, where she believes if you collect enough information and learn enough things, you can expand the ability of which your brain can operate, and you can talk to people without like moving your mouth, and you just transmit thought. And she'll like I'm gonna make like fake blog posts for her, I think. But I was talking about like the con artistry of like New Age mysticism like that, where they will get like caught out in public like eating or something, and they're like, oh, I do this as a social, I eat socially. Or actually, breatharianism also includes this food. Like there is this one particularly astounding article where this guy was getting interviewed, and he's talking about like McDonald's, and he's like, only have like the Diet Pepsi and like a Big Mac, and then you will absorb the positive loving energy of the McDonald's. it's I like could not deal with it. I could not. It's so funny. I'm not making that up. That was an actual like interview quote. I might have like ad-libbed a little bit, but the bit about like McDonald's and the absorbing the positive living energy of McDonald's, I did not make up. Hello, welcome in everybody. I was just talking about breatharianism. What an interesting thing that is. But after I watched that, I was just going back and watching some more Homestar Runner again. It's it feels good to be able to like go back and watch some old mails and then like still be laughing. Like that particular sense of humor is like incorporated itself into like my own humor nowadays. Like I forgot that like, say noun or adjective type. I don't know how to explain that. But there are things here and there. Joe, what clan is your cyberpunk? So her thing is she was a Malkavian. Um, she was Malkavian, but something with this world that we're building, there is a like newer cyberpunk clan, um, where becoming one of them is completely voluntary. Um, I'm trying to remember what the flavor was off the top of my head. Um, but it had something to do with nanomachines, um, and having those be incorporated within yourself. And then once you are a part of the cyberpunk clan, you have access to this cloud that all the other members are a part of. So it's kind of like there's like a little bit of shared flavor with the Malkavian clan, but it's like different. And we're gonna have like a thing where so like the Malkavians have like a sort of shared connection, and we have another Malkavian in the campaign. So while my character has like severed her Malkavian connection, this character is gonna like look at my character and like probably feel very weird about that. Can you give me a hit of that orbital death laser? I would, but right now it's under repairs at the moment. Not in the best shape. It could be a little more up to snuff, but we'll get there. We'll get it back up and running. We can give you some of that flavor. How's it going, Kim? I'm trying to remember if I had anything else to say. I while making the oh, by the way, let me know if the audio levels are like funky at any point, or if like my mic's peaking or anything. While like preparing for this stream, I was having like the time of my life, like making the PNG tuber for this. It was so much fun. And the whole time I was making it, I was like, oh, maybe I should be working on my game more. Maybe maybe I should do that. Because I don't have my game done yet. Which, by the way, I can like, hold on. Let me share a little like, I haven't put anything like in engine yet, but I have made like a little I have made like a little mock-up of what it's kind of supposed to look like. But I'm looking very forward to actually getting things all done. The more that I work on this, the more that I'm feeling more confident. I also probably would not be able to make this game in the time that I am if I didn't make Memento in 5 months. Whatchamacallit? A lot of the production process for Memento was like learning a lot of things, and I've like learned a lot of things. And this easy shot or easy X shot, I don't know how I'm going to say it. I know the abbreviated way is going to be said X's, because these two are bitter X's. But yeah, now that I have like all of that learned experience, and now that I'm making this accidentally the same length as Memento, I'm feeling good about my ability to complete it. And then if I don't get it in time for the jam, like, oh well, I can just give it some extra polish. There's hold on, I had like another mock-up too, which had like I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to like color the backgrounds. This is like, whoa, this is an older this is an older mock-up, so not quite as polished. Oh, hi Lynn. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Um, but I like this photo a lot in particular. The photos actually are from a friend of mine who's currently in Italy. Um, he is also my GM for that Cyberpunk VTM thing I was talking about. I was like, hey, these pictures are really cool. Can I possibly use them for my deranged Yuri? And he's like, hell yeah. I'm like, yes. Okay, I have a lot of things on screen now, and I have also not started playing the game. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be making like in the final version, I will make a sprite that is like that. I like that. This is gonna be this is gonna be a lot to clean up after I'm done with this, but it's fine. Woohoo! Whoops. Sorry. I tried to like slowly mute the music for like dramatic effect, and then I fucked it up. It's fine. Also, hi. Hi, here's my adorable little PNG tuber that I made. I had a lot of fun trying to emulate the Coquette style. I had a really good time making this. I also realized like I put a bunch of stuff above um what creature are you? I'm a kitty. Meow. I'm sweet little cat that you can't get mad at. I will knock precious jewels in plates and pottery off of your shelves, and you can't get mad at me because I'm so sweet. I look at you like this, and you'll feel so bad. You'll feel so bad about yelling at me, and then it'll be fine. Like it's fine. Um. Oh yeah, but what I was saying was I was like putting things uh I was putting things at the very top cuz while I was like trying to spruce up this little setup here, I was like there's like empty space up there. I can like use that negative like I don't know, I should put something up there and I forgot that's where chat is. So unfortunately I'm gonna have to hide all these things. I'm sorry. Say goodbye to all of these. E. That's good. That's good. Saturn's gone. Rika's gone. Bailey's gone. Riamu's gone. Well, we we still have like this. Oh, she's under the. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. No. Uh, where's my volume mixer? There it is. Uh, making sure that the volume isn't bad. The Cracker Dragon? What's that? Oh, yeah, also this background that I made. Can I do like hold on? I like made like a new little custom background. This is a photo I took from when I was touring warships. Um, like I believe it was like World War II era warships, and I was like, I'll like probably need these photos at some point, and well, yeah, missiles. All right, I've like talked for like 20 minutes, and I haven't started playing the game. Yeah, those things are huge. I'm like, wow, big. Meow, meow, meow. Hey Sasha, how are you? Meow, meow. I want to. I bet you like $5 I could eat one of those whole, and then it would like make like an explosion in my tummy, and my tummy would get big for like 2 seconds, and then I would burp, and then my tummy would be like the same size. I think you're recording my brain hurting. Oh, Godspeed. I salute thee in your song making your song-making endeavors. I've yammered for a long time. I'm going to play the game now. Let me hold on. Oh, where'd my activity thing go? I don't even know if I'm on the right, but I think I'm on the right profile. Wait, let me find the. Excuse me, I'm a little bit scatterbrained here. I'm well. I'm doing very well. I've been very. I guess I've been very like productive. I've been making lots of things. Where's my freaking stream manager? Okay, there we go. Now I can see my. Oh wait, I have my activity feed on the other side. It's fine. Okay. So let's. I meant to adjust the volume of my notifications, but I like forgot to. So oh well. I've talked long enough. I'm going to like now talk in the voice of the game. Armed with revolver and sword, a tall royal white dragoon sailed through the duchy territory space, accompanied by its black and gold trimmed guard. She serves so much cunt. Within the cockpit of the Pegasus sat Crown Princess Emile de Lucia, feet kicked up nonchalantly, a scowl forming on her face. To her, this was nothing more than a tiresome social obligation. Ahead of the pair was a procession of duchy dragoons, preparing for battle. Among the soldiers, banners flew high and ceremonial swords gleamed. For such a small force, it was a rather odd display of regality. Emile chewed on her lip. Of course, this is all put together to impress her. At the forefront of the group flew a bold dog-like dragoon, brandishing a sword and shield. Emile descended to join the formation, taking her position by the leader. An image of an eager-looking equine appeared in her cockpit. Your Grace, it is an absolute pleasure to have you here with us. The pilot of the dog-like promenade was Baron Mosaic Grey. Emile found every single thing about him unbearably disgusting. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to being able to witness your bravery firsthand, Emile sung back to him with a smile. The black and gold dragoon trailing Emile matched speed beside her and opened their private channel. Your Grace, is it really a wise decision for you to get so close to the enemy? The pilot scolded her in a detached monotone. You're such a worrywart, honey. We'll keep our distance. After all, we're just here to observe Baron Grey's glorious victory. Of course, Your Grace. Don't call me any of those annoying titles in private. It makes me ill. Honey sighed. My apologies, Emile. Emile pouted. Thank you. Dagoon. Custard and pastry, love and hate, good and evil, S&M. I'm Millie. And I'm Philly. And we are Millie Fiel. I am probably pronouncing that like really bad, but don't get mad at me for pronouncing it badly. Okay. Wow, we finally made to our TV debut. I'm so excited to be here. Me too, sure. Thank you all for tuning in. Have you good little spacefarers picked a favorite yet? It's me, right? Right? Give it a rest, would ya? I'm right though, aren't I? I'm the cute fun one everybody's gonna like. And you're the boring one with nothing going on but sex appeal. You little... Within the Lilac Fleet, a small automated passenger shuttle sailed through the rows of warships. The television screens and the empty rows of seats all display the same image of a colorful daytime talk show, upbeat music echoing through the cabin. Arms outstretched and without gravity, the bunny-eared Gio twirled through the air in elation. Gio, would you sit down? Poofy scolded her. Gio laughed. How could I sit down? This whole shuttle is just for us. A direct flight all the way to the capital. How many people do you think they do that for? Special treatment like this. Isn't this the kind of thing we've been waiting for? This is just the beginning. We'll have money, clean air, our own room, real food. I'll have to get used to living in gravity. We'll have that too. I finally get to take a real shower. I've always wanted to try a bathtub too. Here's my scrunkly wonkly, by the way. Goofy flitted in front of Gio's face. But, aren't you scared? Like I said, we'll work it out. I'm never going back to that filthy ship. It's not like I really want to be a pilot, but I just can't pass this up. I've never had a chance like this. Gio's eyes lit up as she glanced toward the window. Foofy, look! Ch.2 darted to the window, pressing against it for a better look. A leviathan of a ship came into view, its figure dwarfing even the largest of the battleships surrounding it. It's the Zephyranthes. I knew it was big, but... wow. I need a government-assigned plushie. Oh my god. Yeah, that would kind of roll. We'll be living inside of that. Isn't that exciting? What do you think it's like inside? Oh, but you see it all the time on TV, though. Goofy only sighed. The Duchy Dragoons took position in the shadows of the asteroid field, rifles raised at the enemy fleet below. Emil had never seen the enemy fleet so close before. Their modern ships were all ugly, hastily assembled piles of scrap. Their liveries bizarre splashes of color as if to distract from their poor construction. Small shuttles darted between the ships, Emil's FCS lighting up with potential targets. Half the reason she came was to get a chance to assess the enemy with her own eyes, and they really didn't seem anything special. But looking into the distance, where the rows of ships continued and continued, their number seemed truly endless. It wasn't hard to picture the bloodbath that would result from a full-scale invasion, and it was their oldest ship that presented the biggest problem. The lilac capital, Zephyranthes, was more than a safe distance away, but the sight of it made Emil gnaw on her finger. The sole remaining Ultra-Dreadnought-class capital ship from the very beginning of the war. The slow-beating heart of the fleet that had become a nation. It was a fully autonomous war machine, entire cities laying within its breast. Towering over the surrounding ships at a scale of well over 1,000-to-1, it was a feat of engineering on a scale that could never be replicated in the modern era. What kind of weapon could she produce that would even put a dent in a warship the size of a continent? Even without the rest of this fleet, that monster could flatten the duchy if the Lilac ever figured out how to move it. Gray smirked. You know, I was expecting to be able to just walk right in like this, but it's a little embarrassing for them that we can actually do it. I'm not so sure collecting a few trophies is really going to be a challenge worthy of your praise, your grace. You're not getting cold feet, are you? Emil smiled. Of course not. Gray raised his sword. All units, aim! Fire! Emil watched as the smaller lilac vessels erupted into light. A poor shuttle caught in fire, destroyed in an instant. Lilac dragoons shot out of hangar bays and flight decks, the dull impression of the fleet changing in an instant. The lilac dragoons were as rudimentary as their ships, and painted in even uglier colors. To Emil, they looked like children's toy figures. Flashes of light from the Lilac's wretched beam weapons reduced anything caught in their path to ash. These ugly ships and ugly toy figures. No matter how much Emil derided their appearance, their ability was the real thing. Emil watched a lilac pilot brush aside a sword strike and crush the cockpit of a Dutchy Dragoon with nothing more than a rifle stock, firing a volley into the wound for good measure. She clenched the controls in front of her, itching to dash forward and start cutting the lilac mutts in half. But being anything more than an observer here would place her under scrutiny for the mission's inevitable outcome. She was loath to admit it, but it wasn't like a princess could start giving out orders either. These are the Baron's private forces, not hers. The sole bodyguard flying at her side was the only soldier she had under her direct command, and even then, she ultimately answered to her mother like everyone else. She watched a lilac dragoon tear open the chest of another of the Baron's soldiers. Their fighting style was relentless and uncontrolled. As the lilac pilots closed in, the scene quickly became a bloody melee of limb torn from mechanical limb and split open chests. They weren't formally trained, nor were they under the command of any master tactician. Their intent and ability was implanted through a machine interface, and their power to kill came to them like instinct. Emil wasn't someone who really believed in ideals of honorable combat, but the Lilac's methods were truly detestable. What an ugly sight this all is, Honey muttered. Permission to fire? Go ahead, Emil sighed. We'll just say it was Gray's orders. Within the depth of the Zephyranthes, a naval officer leant over the radar displays with gritted teeth. They came this close? Are they out of their minds? Sir, we're picking up an automated distress signal from a shuttle that belongs to our division, very close to the enemy position. Ignore it. Order all units to prioritize defending our ships before mounting any rescues of non-combatants. If they've been hit directly, they're dead already. Yes, sir. Oxygen loss detected. Suit compromised. Self-seal system active. User injury detected. Inertial dampening active. Distress beacon active. Seek help immediately. Repeat. Seek help immediately. Geo gasped for air as she regained her senses, the suit's warnings buzzing in her ears. There was a flash of light, then the shuttle interior was gone. Her shoulder burned. Looking down, she winced as she saw a shard of metal jutting out from her body, blood splattered on the torn spacesuit around it. The automatic self-seal of the suit had stuck itself to the shrapnel, liquid plastic melting the suit against her wound. An automatic pressure system formed a tourniquet around the wound, crushing her shoulder. Geo breathed shakily, just desperate to try and calm herself and find her bearings. Another flash of light engulfed her view, her body recoiling from the wave of heat felt through her suit. It was a ship's beam weapon. That meant the Duchy was here. She couldn't even see what was happening, but the war was being fought right in front of her. At any moment, a cannon round could turn her body into mist. Geo laughed, before choking and starting to sob. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Of course it would end up like this. I get my hopes up, and then I die. I don't want it to end like this. I haven't even gone to eat a real meal yet. I want to try a pancake for the first time. Am I really going to die thinking something as stupid as that? Geo! Geo! Can you hear me? Geo flinched. Fufi? Geo! I can hear you. Geo sobbed, wrapping an arm around the plush toy as they flew towards one another. Poofy pressed against her chest. I'm so glad you're alive. You too. Poofy pulled back, eyes wide. Your shoulder! It's nothing. Poofy punched Zio's chest. It's not nothing! Geo exhaled and looked around, trying to find the nearest ship through the chaos. We need to get out of here. Poofy wrung her paws together. My wings aren't strong enough to pull you. Is there anything from the shuttle nearby? There should be emergency kits. Poofy shook her head. Geo bit her lip. No matter how she racked her brain, she couldn't think of a single solution. She'd been in this position before, but never in such a helpless state. Fufi could only give her a small nudge at best, but her battery wouldn't last. The suit was just a rudimentary model for shuttle passengers, with absolutely nothing to maneuver with. The only thing she could do was hope for rescue. In the blink of an eye, a mechanical figure in vivid paint towered over Xiao and Fufi. Hey! Don't give me that look! A voice came through Xiao's earpiece. I'm on your side! I put out my hand, okay? Grab on! Xiao could only nod and do as the pilot said, reaching out to the Dragoon's hand. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. The voice that had called out to her was gone. Xiao had yet to even see their face. Emil followed the path of Honey's shot, her target reduced to a tiny flicker of light on her display. It must be a new distance record for you, Emil smirked. Well, let me turn up. I just realized the mixing is a little low. I'm gonna turn it up just a hair. Just a smidge. Hopefully that's a little better. Honey narrowed her eyes. I'm afraid I actually missed. I was aiming for the yellow one. Talk about unlucky. Emil's tails perked up. Yellow? Could that be her? Emil adjusted her display. Sure enough, she spied a yellow dragoon darting across the battlefield. Honeybee, huh? So you really do exist. Such garish colors. Its movements were fluid and nimble, far outpacing its nearby allies. She'd heard stories, but it was clear even at a glance this pilot was a cut above the rest. Though it shared the sense of aesthetics, it was noticeably different to the other lilac dragoons Emil had seen before. It had a unique engine arrangement, a more delicate construction, and there was a certain morbid history to a lance like that. What was she doing with such a miserable thing? I've heard all sorts of rumors about you. As much as I'd love to be the one to put you down here and now, I can at least use you for something interesting. Emil uploaded the target data and switched to a radio channel. Baron Grey, I've found you a worthy opponent. Go forth and show me your valor. Data received. With pleasure, your grace. Grey triumphantly swung his sword out to his side, striking a pose with his engines flaring. Baron Mosaic Grey, pilot of the Promenade Dragoon setting forth! Emil watched as he launched forward with a glittering trail. If nothing else, his dragoon was certainly interesting to look at. Grey came to a halt in the yellow dragoon's path, brashly raising his sword. I am Baron Grey, of the Duchy of Lucia. Speak your name so that we may... Without a word, the pilot of the Honeybee tore off the Promenade's arm as it passed. So it's a fight without honor, then? So be it! The lilac pilot exhaled slowly, scanning over the enemy machine as it cowered behind its shield. Kill in one hit was her policy. She didn't like this style of fighting. It made her spine itch. A voice crackled over her radio, forcing itself into the cockpit. It was angry, bitter, barking at her. Disgusting and violent. She pushed forward on the throttle, lining up the target. Sync rate good. Reactors 1 and 2 good. Contamination within acceptable range. All parasites must die. Bit by bit, he was starting to give. It felt a little like peeling the shell off an insect. That voice won't stop barking at her. Or was it pleading? Emil and Honey looked down as the Lilac Dragoon circled around for the next strike. He can't follow her movements at all, Emil sneered. Honey raised her rifle. Shall I intervene? Absolutely not. Emil smiled. A duel is sacred, after all. That voice kept barking at her, begging, cursing. Which was it? The Lilac pilot pulled back her lance, driving it into the side of the enemy. Won't you just be quiet? Coquette owns, by the way. But fun fact about Coquette, actually, um, it started out as a web comic first, and that's why for this earlier stuff, there are going to be a lot of these comic style panels. But that becomes less so the case over time, and there'll be more like specific little CGs here and there. Yeah, it's dope. I think it's wicked cool. It's like, you got stuff already done, like you might as well use it. What I want to be, that's hard to answer. What I want is to no longer feel afraid, to no longer be helpless, to have some kind of control over what happens to me. I want to help others, like anyone, but most of all, I want to be able to live without needing the help of others. Gio sat listlessly, staring up at the ceiling of the train carriage. Fufi lay silent in her lap. It all felt like a strange dream. She was questioned, bandaged, given a uniform, and sent on her way, and that was the end of it. Alien scenery blared past her out the window. Even this whole train felt alien. Everything here was so flat and neatly divided. Surfaces were all smooth, with no grips or handles, and sharp edges existed without the worry of anyone drifting into them. Gravity and friction. A train like this could ride a track at high speed without the fear of being unable to slow down. Everything had a clear up and down. Everything could stop and start on a whim. Fufi placed her paw on Gio's hand. Is there something wrong? Huh? Oh, no. She's so cute. She's so cute. She's so cute. She's so cute. She had been clenching and unclenching her left hand this whole time. Just a habit, I guess. Does your shoulder hurt? Gio shook her head. It feels fine. Can you believe it? Even the medicine is amazing here. Fufi nodded. I'm glad you're feeling better. Gio stretched her body with a long sigh, sitting up straight and pulling Fufi into her chest. Sorry. I think I just need to sit still for a while. Gio stroked the back of Fufi's head. I'm glad we made it here. She wasn't sure if she sounded convincing, but she needed to hear it too. This wasn't her first scary experience in space, and making it here alive, that had to count for something. Take a big sippy real quick. Shio stepped out onto the platform. An automated message echoed around her with a reminder that this station was strictly for military personnel. Even though she was a soldier now, with a uniform and everything, it was hard to take in the idea that she belonged anywhere aboard the ship. She couldn't shake the feeling that this was all some big scam. That her test results were faked by some third party, and she was being strung along dreaming she was really going to be a pilot. It didn't make any sense. but the reality of it didn't make any either. Still, so far, it was all the real thing. As she climbed a flight of stairs, she couldn't help but wonder, should she really feel relieved if it was all true? You've seen what happens to soldiers, even pilots. I'm a huge fan of the OST, by the way. I think it's really tasty, really tasty. I'm like the second that it becomes a a purchasable thing, I am snagging that right away. Entering the base, Gio was awestruck. Surrounding her was a huge, glistening foyer, so far from her expectations of a military base. Everything was so polished she could see her reflection in it. The ship she grew up on was over a century old. The Zephyranthes was even older. Yet here it all felt brand new. This was clearly a place for special people. Passing these special people coming in and out of the halls, Gio hung her head, her body tense. It was impossible to feel like anything but an unwelcome outsider. But no confrontation, scolding, mockery, or even second glances came her way. Taking a look at it all calmly, there's always a certain order to these things. Most of the people around were wearing a different uniform than her. General staff wore simple work uniforms, guards wore fatigues, and many donned the kind of oil-stained jumpsuits she was used to wearing. But this cute black and yellow uniform only belonged to a very few of the people around her, and they all carried themselves a little differently to the rest. This is a place for special people, but not everyone here was special. And I'm meant to be one of them? The young woman at the counter wore a sharp dress uniform, her eerie grin identical to the smiling faces on recruitment posters. Gio was taken aback by receiving a salute as she approached. With a quiet mumble, Gio passed over the crumpled arrival form she had kept tucked inside her spacesuit. Gio waited for a strange glance at her paperwork, a nod to the guards standing by the wall. She'd be taken away as a fraud, and that would be the end of it. Instead, the forms were stamped and sorted into plastic trays with a cheerful, "Welcome aboard!" Gio stood before the turnstiles to enter, signs on the wall warning of prosecution for unlawful entry. She nervously swiped her ID card through the Great Gates card reader. Wow, and to her surprise, they actually opened. Gio examined herself in the mirror of the first bathroom she could find. Her body itched as if coated in something, but looking at herself, she did appear reasonably well presented. Her uniform was brand new. Her hair was a little bit messy, but that was as neat as she could ever get it. So what was this feeling? She always felt it. Back home, and now here. You look fine. I promise, Rufi chimed, patting Gio's hair. Yeah. You've got to keep it together. Just stay focused. I made it here alive, right? So why can't I calm down? Everything I wanted is right in front of me. Gio took a deep breath, focusing on the directions written on the walls. She had to get everything right today. That's how it was everywhere else. If you can't learn it all on your first day, you don't have a chance of being allowed to come back tomorrow. Why would this be an exception? As she found her way through the twisting halls, Gio noticed at some point the fur on her tail had stopped bristling. What exactly were her expectations for this place? She knew pilots were special, but how were they treated internally? How'd they treat each other? Her darkest image was like a hall full of knives ready to cut her apart with a single misstep. Officers had every right to beat and humiliate their inferiors. But was that really how things looked here? There were the signs this really was a military base. Areas were divided by gates and checkpoints. Guards stood watch with rifles slung over their shoulders. But the atmosphere couldn't really be seen as hostile. If anything, this was more relaxed than home. Raising her head, Gio cautiously observed those wearing the same uniform as her. Just like how she was allowed to keep her pigtails and ribbons, she saw all kinds of personal touches among the pilot's appearances. She saw the irony in her being the one thinking it, but it struck her just how young they all looked, even compared to the general age of a soldier. While the mechanics and clerical workers trended older, some even pushing their 50s or 60s, she didn't see a single pilot that looked over 30. They were almost all fresh out of high school, and they all seemed to be acting the part. A rowdy group in yellow shirts ran past her, cheering and throwing around a ball. When one of the rifle-toting guards scolded them for running in the halls, they just laughed and continued on. Finally arriving at her commander's office, the figure waiting outside was as far from Gio's expectations as the base itself. Ensign Xiomar Rosales, correct? The officer inquired with a warm smile. I don't know if it's ensign or ensign. I've heard both, and I don't know which it is. So you can correct me on that, because I don't know. I'm Lieutenant Susie Fox, your commanding officer. She was a friendly-faced young woman. She didn't even seem that much older than Gio. Gio gave an awkward salute. At your service, ma'am! The officer giggled. Don't worry about those kinds of formalities for now. You can call me Susie. Oh, okay, Gio mumbled. You can just call me Gio, if that's alright. Of course! That's a lovely name. We aren't a part of the regular Navy, so we have our own regulations. Susie smiled. You don't seem like the troublemaking type, so just take it easy and focus on learning as you go, alright? Yes, ma'am. Susie laughed. You're pretty nervous, aren't you? Sorry. It's alright. It is your first day. Susie crouched a little, gazing at the plush toy hovering behind Gio's shoulder. Would you introduce me to your little friend here? Of course! This is Foofy. Foofy gave a salute of her own. It's a pleasure to meet you. I won't interfere with anything today. Oh, don't worry about that. I think it's nice having androids around. Susie stood up straight, raising her clipboard. Let's get started, shall we? I don't have a lot of time at the moment, sadly, so I'll have to be a bit brief. Gio followed Susie down a hallway, listening intently as she started handing her papers. Read these when you get the chance. This is your timetable. Susie held up a gridded sheet of paper. Your first few weeks will be a little tough, but you'll adjust sooner than you might think. I enrolled you in some lectures I thought would be helpful. Gio gave a confused look. Sorry, lectures? You didn't know? I haven't really had a whole lot explained to me yet. I see. Well, we actually spend most of our time studying here. Your skills as a pilot are imprinted by the GI, but that's all it can do. The more concise the information, the easier the transfer process. It doesn't go beyond what you need to fly or what you'll need in the field. Susie clapped her hands together. So, we take classes to fill in the gaps. For example, while you're connected, you'll know your way around the cockpit, every panel and instrument, just by instinct. But I didn't even know how to open my rations properly. I got food all over the cockpit. I'm still figuring out spacesuits. I almost choked once because I forgot to set the oxygen generator. I had no idea we'd have to wear diapers either. Gio pushed her fingers together. I think they're cute. I mean, I'm totally used to all that. I've worked in spacesuits all my life. It's all familiar to me. Ah, Gio. Ah, Gio. Ah, Gio. Outside of a ship? Uh-huh. Hull repair. We started when I was, around 14, I think. Really? Wow. I had no idea they hired people that young. Gio counted with her fingers. I'm good with a lot of tools. Welders, bolt guns, cutters, suit maintenance, cleaning, first aid, all those sorts of things. I hope they can be useful here. Susie smiled. Of course. You've got a big leg up already if you know all that. All sorts of things are taught here. There's fun subjects too, like cooking classes. You don't have to decide right away, though. Susie adjusted her glasses. Being a pilot sounds really complicated, but really, all it comes down to is being able to be in your designated place at the designated time. So long as you do that, everything else will be easy. Susie led Gio and Fufi through the barracks, counting the numbers above each door. The expression on her face changed as she came to a stop. Here we are, she spoke in a quiet voice. Susie opened the door after a moment's pause. Inside was a murky, uninviting room, light from the door creeping over the cardboard boxes piled up on every surface. Susie reached for the light switch before hesitating. These are your quarters. You'll notice all the boxes. There's a little bit of an awkward situation. The previous occupant is, no longer with us. Susie fidgeted with her clipboard. Sorry. I shouldn't mince words. She left no will, nor had any next of kin. So, by the time we packed up all her things, we realized there was nowhere to send any of it. Most of her paperwork was left unsigned. Technically, there's no formal record she was even this room's occupant. There's no real protocol for this situation. I was told to tell you it was up to you what you want to do with all of it. I'm not allowed to touch any of it. Gio said it. No, that's fine. Aside from the boxes, well, it was still the biggest room she'd ever had to herself. And to be honest, with her rotten luck, she half expected something like this anyway. Susie and Gio stood waiting for an elevator to the hangars. The priority elevator reserved for pilots is only available for deployments. She looks so tired. She looks so tired. Oh, she looks so tired. Poor baby Gio. Biffy drifted over to look at the plants. It was hard to imagine her approving of the room she'd just seen. Susie turned to Gio with a smile. So, why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself? Gio rubbed her neck. I'm really bad at that. It's okay. Don't force yourself. Gio looked up at Susie. With her disarming smile, it was still hard to believe she was really her commander, or even a soldier at all. I'm from the outer edges of the fleet, so this is all pretty new to me here. You already seem pretty used to getting around. The ship I grew up on was a lot more complex to navigate than this. It's a lot easier to read maps up here, too. I see. I don't really know how to describe myself. I guess what you see is what you get? Gio smiled. That sounds kind of bad, actually. Susie giggled. I think that's nice. Gio fidgeted. When I was picturing my commander, I wasn't exactly... I can be scary when I want to be. But like I said, you're not a troublemaker. Really, though. I don't like being strict unless I have to. And, well, I'd like to think you could speak to me if you were having any troubles. I'd like us to get along. Of course! I'm really grateful. She was grateful, but did Susie really have no idea what had happened to her on the way here? Just how bad was the information network here? Did no one even care to tell her, or anyone else? If the pressure was on Gio to disclose it, then she didn't feel like she could say anything. Glancing at herself in the elevator mirror, Gio couldn't help but linger on the question Susie gave her. Just who was she? What you see is what you get. In a way, isn't that true? Probably the most defining thing about me is that I wear ribbons in my hair. I even kept them inside my spacesuit for safekeeping. But what else is there? I don't think I'm very funny. I don't have much of an education. I'm good with tools, but not because I wanted to be. When I have spare time, all I want to do is sleep. I overthink everything, but every word out of my mouth sounds childish. I'm always anxious or getting too excited to say something. Though I don't really have anything interesting to talk about. Every time I arrive somewhere new, I try and figure out what people want from me, or I try and diminish my presence as much as possible. I just obey orders without question and do my work quietly. No one bothers me. That's always been the easiest way. I never liked any of the people I worked with, so I never got close to them. They felt the same way about me. But this isn't like those temporary jobs. I can't just disappear. I live here now. If I had to put it into words, what am I really like? Gio looked up at the paragraphs of safety information printed all over the walls, warning about the dangers of changes in gravity and heavy objects. This kind of industrial scenery was a little more like where she'd come from. You're already certified for hangar safety, correct? I saw that in your file. Gio gave an enthusiastic nod. Yep. Susie retrieved a magnetic wire gun from the wall, checking the mechanism. Alright. We won't be here long. Just a quick detour. Gio gazed through the gravity threshold up at the rows of dragoons. Aside from the giant painted figures, it was pretty similar to docks she worked from in the past. The walls were kept in nice condition, though she could still notice the indents and scratches that inevitably built up over the years. A pair of flashing bay lights told her only a single elevator was currently in use. A handful of engineering personnel drifted about lazily, chatting amongst themselves. Susie pointed up the red-pink dragoon. That one there in Bay 3 is mine, the strawberry. I don't think I need to explain the name. Oh, it's cute. We're heading up for Bay 6 at the end, alright? Got it! Gio lined up her target and darted into the air, enjoying the familiar feeling of weightlessness. You're really supposed to take a wire gun, Susie murmured, awkwardly drifting behind Gio. Oh, I don't really need one. As the pair passed the line of dragoons, Gio noticed a figure emerging from the machine that had just arrived. It was a tall, violent-looking dragoon that gave a different impression from the usual lilac machines. Thinner and more angular, painted in dazzling neon pink and yellow. Palette was a tall, lanky squirrel, wrapped in the same colors as the craft she emerged from, a heavy metal case in her hand. This was her squadron's hangar, so would this be? Hey, is that someone I should know? Gio asked. Susie hesitated. That's Major Valentine. She's a part of our squadron. You don't need to... Gio gave an enthusiastic wave. Hi, I'm Ensign Giomara Rosales. Without a word, the Major flew past her. Gio landed on a pillar with a practiced somersault. Susie awkwardly fumbled with her magnetic wire gun to get a foothold. Susie sighed. Don't worry about her. The Major isn't exactly very talkative. Oh. Gio looked down at the hangar entrance where she could see Valentine speaking to a pair of black-uniformed senior officers. Even from a distance, their presence was unnerving. Gio looked up at Susie, grabbing onto the railing beside her. Was she out there alone? Yes. Her situation is a little difficult to describe. She's one of us, but she has her own assignments at times. We aren't allowed to ask. Oh. Gio couldn't quite work out the relationship she had to their squadron. Wait, isn't Major rank higher than Lieutenant? Susie tapped Gio's shoulder, pointing into the hangar bay. I brought you here for this. She won't be combat ready for a few more weeks, but she's all yours. Feel free to take a closer look. A dragoon. My dragoon. Gio looked up in awe. It was unfinished, like Susie said. the empty shoulder socket covered in tarp, heavy cables running into its body. Even so, its figure was so imposing, so powerful. She'd seen plenty of dragoons, but she'd never felt like this looking up at one. It was scary, but at the same time, it felt comforting. Running her eyes over its rabbit-like features and the gentle curves of its body, Ch.2 couldn't help but smile. She didn't have any say in how it would look aside from the paint. So how did it end up looking like this? A weapon probably shouldn't be cute, but it really did suit her perfectly. She came all this way to meet this machine. A machine that could protect her. A machine that she could become the heart of. She wished that somehow it would come to life and wrap its hand around her. So, what do you think? Susie called out to her. It's a bunny, just like me. Ch.2 giggled. I was wondering why the engineer picked that part. Sorry about that. Ch.2 smirked. I love it. That head's an old Dutchy officer type, actually. Even their decade-old components are top class, so we take them if we can get them. As for the rest, a standard 11th generation torso with reinforced armor in front of the chest. The main engines aren't fitted yet, but it will be a wing arrangement. They'll be pretty powerful. If I had to give an overview of the performance we're trying to target, it will be a little on the heavy side, and with a lot of thrust. The inertia of that is going to be pretty tough, but you'll be able to handle it with your score. It'll be a fast mid-range fighter. The floor reactor is almost brand new, and the GI system is in good condition, so you shouldn't get too much feedback. And Susie gazed down at Ch.2 as she ran her hands across the dragoon's chest. You aren't really listening, are you? Susie gave a light laugh to herself. Whatever. It's a lot to take in on your first day. Alrighty, Susie smiled. And that's all we have time for today. All you need to do is to go to the lockers and make sure your suit fits alright. After that, you're relieved for the rest of the day. There's some recreational facilities and such you're free to make use of, too. You won't be on duty for a little while still, so don't worry. Ch.2 gave an affirmative nod. Okie dokie. It's been a real pleasure meeting you, Ch.2. I'm glad to be welcoming a girl like you to our squadron. Susie smiled. Thank you. That means a lot. You can find me in my office if you need anything. Have a good day, alright? Coquette Dragoon. We'll pop a little silly save. Pop a little silly save. Oh my back. Oh my gosh, my bones. Oh. Sorry. I had to stretch out a little bit. I was feeling a little crunchy, a little crispy. It's unethical to be comforted by what amounts to being given a gun. Seeing that dragoon, my dragoon, it feels something changing in me. Maybe I should have something really, but got the integration of 2D and how perfect and soft the characters are being different. Yes, I really love it a lot. What's the word? Like the juxtaposition between the two is like really cool. Like I love the like mix of like cuteness and softness and a lot of things contrasted with like, hey, this is war. People are dying and people are getting traumatized in horrible ways. It's great. I love this game. I love this game so much. That's a lot. World Hard Girl Sound. So true. So, fewer truer words have ever been spoken. So true. So true. It's beginning to sink in. Less than 1 in 10,000 are chosen, and I'm one of them. That machine. If I'd had that machine, I wouldn't have this hole in my shoulder. I didn't just jump into this without doing the research. A Dragoon isn't like other weapons. Regular bullets can't even scratch it. It's a special machine for special people. All those who live in war are destined to suffer. But, if even a little, I want to be able to control my own fate. Fufi glided down beside Shio. You seem happy. I guess I am. Susie is so nice. I didn't expect to meet anyone like her here. Speaking of a kind face is like coming up for air. I guess she helped clear some of my doubts. Fufi gave an unsure smile. Yeah. Timidly shuffling into the locker room, Gio froze the moment she entered. Under the searing fluorescent lighting was the squirrel-tailed major from earlier. There was no way she hadn't noticed Gio's entrance, but she didn't look up at her. Frozen in place, Gio quickly scanned the numbers printed on the lockers for the number printed on her ID card. Oh, I forgot about this little like cheat TD sprite thing. It's like really adorable. That's really adorable. Of course my locker is right in front of her. Gio slid past the major with her head turned, arriving at the tall plastic paneled box. I also love how like plastic everything is. Like there's so much plastic. Everything has this like childish feel to it, which I know is very, very, very intentional. Like the sense of aesthetics are like so. They're so cohesive and so personal and so like self-taste driven, and yeah, I am such a big fan of the aesthetics and world of Coquette. It's fantastic, and like the descriptions of like the lilac dragoons as being like action figures. It's mwah. The childlike wonder of war. How do I open this? There's no lever or button or anything to unlock it. Gio flinched as the officer's voice came from behind her. Insert your card on the right, then pull on both sides. Oh! Gio did as she said and pulled on the handles, sliding out the entire mechanism. Thank you! I see... It's like a big drawer. The inside was much more complex than what she was familiar with, though she'd heard about devices like this. A fully self-contained system combining a storage, cleaning, and maintenance unit all in one. Her knowledge on suit care was rendered obsolete in an instant. Gio reached inside, feeling at the hung-up pilot suit, running the material between her fingers. It was hard to believe a spacesuit could really feel like this. Were the suits she was used to really that old? Just a few meters of this material probably had a higher value than her net worth. Peeking around the corner, the major was still sitting there, fiddling with her boots. You might not have heard me, but I'm Shio. Shima Valentine, she murmured. I already knew your name. I see. It's nice to meet you. Shima's voice was so quiet. She was so tall and beautiful. Her tail is so big. Bet it's super fluffy under there. She didn't mean to be staring, but... Is she stuck? her gap moe. Do you need any help? Gio squeaked. Shima stopped moving. Yes. Gio awkwardly laughed. I'm good with spacesuits, so... Gio stepped closer to her. Tail seals can be tricky, can't they? Not that I really know, since I don't need one like this. Ch.2 crouched behind her, gingerly placing her hands on the tail seal. It was normal for people to help each other with suits. There were plenty that were difficult to put on without assistance. But still, in this situation, with a twist of Ch.2's trembling hand, the seal came off, very easily. Was it hard for her because it's behind her back? There! All done! Without a word, Shima pulled off the tail covering before reaching for the seal below her neck. Hey! I suppose I should thank you. No, it's nothing! All I did was unclip it! Looking at Ch.2 for the first time, Shima's face twitched, her head tilted curiously. Come here for a moment. Huh? Ch.2 did as she said, inching closer to her. Shima leant over her, lowering her eyebrows and examining her face. Ch.2 held her breath as Shima's burning magenta eyes scanned across her, a dark scowl forming on her face. Her detached presence had dissolved entirely, and she glared down at Ch.2 as if to size her up. Are you... Shima began to murmur. Am I what? Ch.2 stood frozen in fear in front of her. No response came. When Ch.2 opened her eyes, Shima was turning away. Forget it. It's nothing. Huh? Like a storm that passed as quickly as it arrived, Shima returned to her languid, disinterested self. Ch.2 held back a nervous laugh. From start to finish, what was any of that bizarre exchange? Looking at herself in the mirror with her suit on, she never worn a suit so light and streamlined, though its featureless shape felt a bit naked. The sound of Shima showering softly echoed through the room. Her outfit was really cool. I'll have to find something to wear over mine, too. How exactly was she meant to feel wearing this? It was incredibly comfortable. She turned her body and raised her arms up and down with ease. She'd never worn a spacesuit so flexible. It felt really nice. Ch.2 really did like to wear spacesuits. The snug feeling all over her body always gave her a sense of security. But was that sense of comfort really what she should be thinking about? Ch.2 ran her fingers across her shoulder. The reason it was so light was because he wore it surrounded by armor, because a pilot needed that flexibility to react in combat. This is a soldier's uniform. Wearing something like this, does it change you? Wearing this, it's another point of no return, isn't it? Bloody images flickered through her mind. Was she going to die wearing this? Ch.2 pressed her hands on her cheeks. Just keep calm. Ch.2 heard Shima step out of the shower. She stood motionless as she listened to her get dressed and could only breathe when she left. That exchange with her. What was that look about? I know people are paranoid about spies and all that, but this felt different. It's like she was looking for something deep inside me. Just what did I look like to her? Spaghetti and meatballs. Damn. That looked like some good ass spaghetti and meatballs, I'm not gonna lie. Damn, I kinda want some spaghetti and meatballs now. my spaghetti and meatballs hunger. I'm gonna not think about spaghetti and meatballs. Ch.2 sat slumped over a cafeteria table, gazing into her meal. Goofy lay asleep on the table beside her. With the excitement of everything wearing off and nothing left to do, her body felt incredibly heavy. She never spent so long in gravity before. It wasn't her first time, but it still felt strange that she could walk. Kids in the past had to learn that, didn't they? She had heard once that the original members of humanity couldn't grow properly without gravity. Their bodies would be warped, most likely to the point of an extremely early death, if they could even survive birth, even for an adult. Without gravity, their hearts would be slowly destroyed, their bones and muscles eaten away. Though her body was perfectly accustomed to a life with or without the force of gravity, it was hard to shake that feeling that her life up until now was spent in an unnatural condition. Everything felt natural here. Everything felt so still, even with people bustling around her. Most of the tables were occupied by other pilots, chatting away happily and laughing with each other. It was a little hard to believe that they were really fighting a war. Ch.2 prodded at her food with her fork. Despite how eager she was before she came, she couldn't really find the will to start eating. And she didn't fully know how, either. Eating utensils were a sight unseen in Zero-G. The food Ch.2 was used to was designed to minimize time spent between its packaging and your mouth. How exactly was a fork held? Was it like a pen grip? It didn't come as naturally as knowing how to walk did. She knew pasta was eaten with a spoon too, but she couldn't really see how. Are you meant to drink the sauce with it? I think I would die if I tried to eat pasta with a spoon. I'm the kind of person where if I try to eat, like, say, rice with a spoon, it's like horror. Like, I hate spooning, like, I hate using like a metal spoon and eating rice. It's just like an anti-feeling for me. It makes me feel horrible. It's like, it would be so awful. Oh my gosh, hello, welcome Jadzia. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like that sounds like annoying. But like thinking about that like just like made me think about how much I hate eating rice with a spoon. I was like once served like rice with a metal spoon earlier. Like not early, but like recently. And I was like, this is no good for me. Sorry, I like I had a burp coming and then it didn't come. So like, oh, I just had a rice spoon. Isn't bad, but it's like I don't know how I'd really be able to describe like why I hate it so much. It's like I don't know. Like if I'm eating rice, I have to do it with like either a fork or chopsticks. Have I ever had chopped rice before? I can't remember. I'm not sure. Here's the mouthfeel. Yeah, I think that's what it is for me. It's just like not a bad mouthfeel. I'm the kind of person if you hand me like the wrong size spoon, it's gonna be horrible for me. Like if I'm not a fan of the spoons, so I have like two different sets of spoons. One has like more of a pointed tip, and like the other set has like a more, I wouldn't say oval, but it's like wider. I love those like wider ones. Those ones are the best, but they're also bigger ones to the wider ones, and then again they're like the ones with the more pointed tip, and I don't like using either of those. I like specific, like I'm very specific in my spoon needs. I need those wide ones. Those wide ones are the best. I like whenever I'm using like the pointed ones, like something feels amiss. I just can't eat it. She'd seen plenty of people eat with cutlery on television, but she never really paid attention to the exact movements. Handshake on the no pointed spoons. It's not like she ever believed she'd get the chances and get this. I've got spoons on the mind. It's not like she ever believed she'd get the chance in reality either. Ch.2 jumped as a tray landed on the table beside her. Heya! A wide-eyed girl stood above Ch.2, baring her fangs between a pair of painted lips. Her grinning face was half covered by her dyed hair. The buttons of her shirt were undone in a way Ch.2 knew had to be against even a pilot's lax dress code. Of all the people here that failed to meet the image of a soldier, this was the lowest score by far. Hi, Gio weakly responded. The pointy-eared girl flopped into the chair opposite Gio. You smoke? I do, yeah. I don't have any on me, though. Rip. Anyway, you're the new girl, right? In Susie's squadron? Yeah. We're comrades, then. I was told to look for a pink-haired bunny. Oh, you can just call me Gio. That's a cute name. She grinned, holding a fry to her mouth. I'm Ayane. I love Ayane so much. Full of fries with tomato sauce and seemingly nothing else. Oh, bowl of fries with tomato sauce and seemingly nothing else. Also sounds like a fine dish to me. Right. So, how'd testing go for you? Okay, I think. I had pretty bad headaches for a while, though. If that's all, then lucky you, Ayane said. I felt like I was gonna die. Gio fidgeted with her fork. I'm still not used to the whole neural connection idea. It's hard to believe I'll just be able to fly. You'll be fine. Probably. Aren't you gonna eat? Yeah! Gio anxiously balled a fist around her fork, leaning over her plate. Ayane watched her from across the table with a smile. Am I doing it wrong? Ayane held back a laugh. You look kinda like a little kid. Hey. Sorry, but it's real cute. Gio pouted, jabbing her fork into a meatball. She could manage this much at least. As she began to taste it, her eyes lit up in amazement. This flavor, this texture, this tastes so good! I think this is the nicest thing I've ever eaten. Really? Ayane seemed genuinely surprised. Cafeteria spaghetti. Is food that bad in the fringes? I guess. It's pretty obvious for where I'm from, huh? Ah, don't worry about it. Most pilots are the same as you. Gio looked down into her dish. I see. Ayane scooted over the table to sit beside. Oh! Excuse me. Ayane scooched around the table to sit beside Gio. Here. Ayane held her hand above Gio's. I'll show you how, if you want. Sure. Like playing with a doll, Ayane pulled Gio's fingers around the fork, resting her thumb on top and index finger underneath. Seems easy to people like me, but I guess it'd be like trying to hold a pen properly if you've never touched one in your life, right? Yeah, I see. I'm not really good with pens either, honestly. When you eat long pasta, turn the fork like this so it wraps around, Ayane demonstrated, rotating Gio's hand. If it trails off, you'll flick sauce on your top. You'll get it all over your face. Well, not that I really care myself. I'm always being told I eat like a pig. Gio did her best to follow her lead, though her hand wasn't used to it. It did make sense, at least. This is harder than it looks. Gio laughed. Don't feel embarrassed when I'm the one eating this garbage. Ayane plucked one of her fries from the bowl in front of her. I probably got salt on your hands. Sorry. No, don't worry. Ayane slid the bowl to Gio. Feel free to have some if you like. Gio smiled. Sure. Finger food is more my comfort zone. Gio chewed happily on the salty potato. These are really good. Right? You can't get anything deep fried for real on those smaller ships. Ayane pointed towards Fufi, still dozing in front of Gio. Also, the critter? Is it asleep? I think so. Fufi opened an eye. Don't talk with your mouth full. Ayane grinned. So it lives. I'm Fufi. I'm only half asleep. I'm absorbing the passive electricity in the air. Ayane grabbed Fufi by her arm, holding her up and examining her. Aren't you cute? Ayane narrowed her eyes, a devilish smile forming on her face. You don't see many plushies around here. You're well made, too. Early model by the looks of it. Probably worth a lot, huh? Hey! I'm not for sale! But she belonged to Gio, right? I made a promise to look out for her. Ayane stuck out her tongue. How romantic. Gio reached out and petted Fufi's head with a gentle smile. She's been with me forever. Can you little guys eat? I want to feed you a chip. Unfortunately, no. I wish you could try the spaghetti. Gio carefully returned her empty tray. Ayane simply tossed hers at the pile. They had finished eating together, but Ayane was still hanging around her. Gio held her fingertips together, stuttering. I love how she does the little fingertips together. She's done it like multiple times. She's so cute. She's so cute. She's so cute. So, hey, I'd really like for us to be friends, if you wanted. Ayane gave a long exhale. You know, a little sad to ask like that. I'm sorry. I just mean since we're in the same squadron and... I didn't say no, you weirdo. Come on, you can buy me cigarettes. I like that little CG like. You can. I like that a lot. I also love. I like wait. I'll wait. I'll wait a little bit to say anything about it. Gio anxiously followed behind Ayane as she led her through the halls with a self-assured stride. The scent of perfume trailed behind her. Another thing Gio wondered if pilots were really allowed to wear. I can give you the whole tour if you want. What the heck? What the heck happened there? Huh? I can give you the whole tour. What? I'm not gonna worry about it. Something possessed me. The devils are at again. I can give you the whole tour if you want. Not that there's anything interesting to see. Yeah. You're a little shy, aren't you? I guess so. Don't be. Being pal sounds fine to me. Ayane flicked her hair. You've got to trust who you fly with, right? Yeah. So, you know, you already have an extra special bond and all that. Ayane gave Gio a grin. You got a good score, right? I think so. Then I'll be relying on you to cover me. Of course! Gio shrunk a little. Not that I can even imagine fighting right now. Ayane's voice lowered. It's pretty wild, isn't it? I'm still not really used to it. But whatever, Ayane sung. I don't really like thinking about it. No, yeah, I get that. How are you finding this place? Well, you can imagine, right? Gio scratched her cheek. Everything is pretty new to me here. It's all so clean and flashy. But at the same time, I've kind of seen it all on TV already anyway. Gio stretched out her hands. I think I'm kind of still trying to get used to just being in gravity before anything else. Gio looked up at Ayane as she talked, expecting to see a bored expression. Her ears were perked up in attention, and she nodded along to Gio's words. There's a lot of small things I never really thought about. This will sound kind of silly, but I never really noticed the height differences in people much before. When you talk to someone in 0G, you usually meet at eye level. Never even really noticed that was a habit everyone had until now. Now that I'm here, I'm looking up at everyone. Ayane leant over her with a laugh. You are pretty shrimpy. Gio puffed her out her cheeks. I like to think of it as a charm point. It is. You're nice and bite-sized for a carnivore like me. Ayane grabbed Fufi. You're just a chicken nugget waiting to be eaten. Hey! Be nice to her. Ayane released Fufi with a laugh. I am being nice. I love Ayane. I love her so much. Ayane's like... She's the kind of character where it's like, damn, I wish she was my friend. She's great. I love her. I love her so much. Sounds of churning metal and the stinging scent of fuel filled the air. the floor beneath Gio's feet rumbling as they ascended. Gio looked up at Ayane as she happily kicked her feet, sitting atop a crate bristling with high explosives warnings. She hummed to herself, completely detached from the surrounding missile racks and soldiers in hazmat gear. I really like Gio's little face here as well. He's so small and cute. Are we really allowed on here? Gio laughed, resigned to the situation. Sure we are. Pilots can go wherever, Ayane smiled. This is a nice shortcut up a few levels. Right. I met her CO, Susie, I mean. She seems really nice. Ayane giggled. Susie's my fucking mom. I love her. She gives me snacks anytime I ask for them. You said I was the little kid. Ayane pointed at one of Gio's pigtails. Yeah? Never mind. And I did get pretty strong mom vibes from her. Ayane giggled. Susie really is nice, though. I get to slack off a lot since it's easy to get out of trouble with her. You must be what you meant by troublemakers, then. I met Valentine, too. Ayane exhaled. Yeah, she's... Well, you met her. Yeah. Gio led on a box, looking up at Ayane. So, is there anything I should really know? About what? About all this? Being a pilot? I don't know. Don't get shot. Don't do anything that'll get you shot. Just try not to get shot. We're jumping off here. Ayane casually hopped off the edge of the elevator. Gio darted to the railing, looking down at Ayane. Oh, wait a second! Ayane grinned up at her. I said jumping off, so jump! Gio cautiously swung her legs over the edge. Alright! Catch me! Hey, wait! Gio and Ayane both lay sprawled out on the floor together, rubbing their heads. Gio fretfully looked up at Ayane as they both sat up, but where she expected to be met with a scowl, Ayane burst out laughing. You really are something. I'm so sorry! Ayane sighed, wiping a tear from her eye. It's all good, all good. Just warn me next time. I thought I did. Fifi fluttered down and landed beside Gio. Are you two alright? Ayane patted Fifi's head. It'd be better if we had cute little wings like yours. Really though, you okay? Ayane looked at Gio. Huh? Gio rubbed her knees. I'm fine. Good. Ayane flicked open a compact, examining her makeup. Excuse me. Gio gave an awkward laugh. You look fine, I think. Ayane stood up, holding out a hand for Gio and pulling her to her feet. You owe me more than a few cigarettes now, I think. Yeah, sure. You really ought to be more careful, Fifi whined. Yeah. Keep closed. Emergency use only. Hey, are we really meant to be back here? Just ignore it. Checking in and out is a pain. What? Wait, don't doors like this usually have alarms? Ayane made a snipping motion with her fingers. They used to. Don't go telling just anyone about this, okay? Wibbleburger! It's your favorite! Wibbleburger! I love Wibbleburger. It's my favorite. Big savings, Wibbleburger. Wibbleburger, it's your favorite. Let's all go to Wibbleburger, everybody. As Gio stepped out of the rusted corridor, she was bombarded with light and radiant color. The tempting scents of plants and fried food carried on the breeze. Wibbleburger sweep! With her mind occupied by all the tension of today and yesterday, Gio hadn't been able to really take in the surroundings aboard the Zephyranthes at all. The ceiling stretched above her as far as she could see until it all just became a void of light. Juno! Juno, Juno, Juno! Juno, hello. Hi, Juno. Hello. How are you, Juno? Meow, meow. Meow, meow. I'm... Meow, meow, meow. I hope you like my new PNG, my new funny PNG. I can do this I can do this as well. I look so sad. You can't be mad at me, even though I knocked over your grandfather's ashes. You have to be so nice to me. How's the game so far? Excellent. I love Coquette Dragoon. I love Coquette Dragoon so much. It's just like, this is, yeah. I like this game. I like this game a lot. I am freaking kitty pilled right now. I had like the most fun making this. I had so much fun. But yeah, it's good. I feel like you can brain fart. What the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, but I think what I was going to say is it's like totally fine to you know, watch from this point, and then, you know, if you want to catch some of the intro, you can always go back and watch the VOD, or you can go to purchase the game. Game rules. You should give Ivy money. It's a freaking cat girl on your computer. I hope your day has been good, you know. The ceiling stretched above her as far as she could see, until it all just became a void of light. Trees and buildings lined the pathways, sprawling out before her. Above the rows of billboards, painted clouds dotted the whole walls. Only a few unconcealable pipes broke up into the crafted sky. I was also just saying how, like, Ayane, who she is hanging out with right now, she's one of those characters where I'm like, I wish you were my friend. I wish you were my friend, Ayane. She's great. She's great. I love her so much. This whole area was bigger than some of the ships she'd lived on. The maze of corridors and elevators in the base was just like home on a flat plane, but this? There's so much empty space. Just for that feeling? Looking up at Ayane, her eyes held no curiosity. What Gio found almost overwhelming wasn't anything interesting to her. Ayane led Gio into a small convenience store, immediately filling her arms with packets of chips and chocolates. Gio looked over the magazine covers. It was the same as what she was used to, really. Celebrity gossip, television, barely concealed propaganda, and nothing of any real substance. As usual? The elderly cashier asked Ayane, holding up a pack of cigarettes for her. Mm-hmm. Gio, you getting anything? Ayane grinned at the cashier. She's my new squad mate. Gio pointed to a pink-colored box of cigarettes behind the glass. Just these, thanks. Remember, you're paying. The cashier laughed. She's not hazing you, darling, is she? No, I sorta... Ayane sighed and leant over Gio's back, placing a fistful of bills on the counter. I don't haze anyone, since I'm a good girl. Huh? I don't mind paying, really. Ayane hung her shoulders. It was sorta just a joke. Consider it a welcome aboard gift. Ayane winked at the cashier. And hey, don't I qualify for a loyalty discount by now? You can take a free government newspaper. No thanks. I already have plenty of toilet paper. Ayane lit a cigarette the moment she walked out of the store. Gio mimicked her, putting a pastel pink cigarette in her mouth. I love that Gio just like smokes these like cute pink cigarettes. I love it so much. I feel like that really like summarizes like the aesthetics and themings of the game. It's really strong. I love it. Her hand reached into an empty pocket. The detail ever. Oh, I don't have a lighter on me. Ayane tossed Gio a shiny metal lighter. Here. Thanks. Even fire burns differently here. Wibbleburger! Wibbleburger! I love Wibbleburger! Guys, we should all go to Wibbleburger. I should... Oh... I wonder if I should make, like, Wibblesona... A Wibblesona version of me. Oh, that would be... Oh, that would be fun. I could be a little creature. Like, I mean, I'm a creature now, but I could be, like, a little creature. Like creature the size of a flea. Ch.2 took a satisfied drag from her cigarette. She hadn't really thought about it all today, but she always leant on cigarettes when she was working. As she exhaled, something in the corner of her eye stopped her in her tracks. She'd seen these before, plenty of times. She's seen these before, plenty of times. She even had a few as a kid, but... I feel like this is like based on the lines, I feel like this is like a Firefin piece. Like, am I like crazy in that? Like the line work feels very Firefin. Like, I know like there's at least like one Firefin image in here. But this also feels Firefin to me. Ch.2 stood before a hobby shop, staring with her mouth open at the poster beside the entrance. You really sell those here? Ayane turned back to her. Mild dragoons? They sure do. I mean, here. Ch.2 protested. Isn't this kind of... Stepping back as the door opened, Ch.2 flinched when she noticed the kid walking out was staring up at the insignia on her shoulder. Ayane grinned and flashed the kid a peace sign, scaring him off. They love us here. It's pretty annoying. Yeah, there's the pink cigarette! Yeah! Ch.2 chewed on her cigarette. I never really thought about any of this. Don't get seen here too often, or kids will start asking you for your autograph. Ayane grimaced. Some creep, adult, I mean, asked if he could start sending me fan letters once. Are we, like, celebrities here? I wouldn't go that far. Ayane molded over. Depends if you want to buddy up with the propaganda department. You can get on TV if you suck up to them enough. I only just realized I never even seen a pilot in person before today. They don't get stationed on small ships. I sort of had an idea that we had status. But this is just too weird. Isn't being looked up to kids, like, kind of totally fucked? Ayane drew a line with her hand to the top of Ch.2's head. Well, they don't have to look up very far for you. Hey! I'm serious! It is totally fucked. Isn't that Susie's Dragoon? Yeah. She's got one of the good ones. Figures they'd make a toy out of it. Ayane laughed to herself. If I left one on her desk, it might be pretty funny. She hates those things. Good ones? Here's a little military secret we aren't supposed to know about. Dragoon parts are secretly graded. Better scoring pilots get better parts. Though, you can tell that pretty easily from the flimsy piece of shit they make me fly in. Don't worry, you got a good one too. Whoops! You might get a toy pretty soon if you fly it well. I want one with a little figure of you and Fifi to go with it. Gross. Oh yeah, by the way, if anybody joins like in the middle of this and like has any questions about anything, let me know and I can catch you up to speed. Excuse me. I took a little bit too vigorous of a sip of my juice. Sitting under a tree together, Ayane watched Ch.2 as she ran her hands through the grass. Does it feel nice? I guess. I mean, it's not like I've never seen a plant before, Ch.2 pondered. I can't tell if this grass is real or fake, though. Ayane laid out all her bags of snacks. Here, help yourself. Your little welcome party. Thank you. I don't know what to try first. Ayane giggled. I love potato chip, corn chip, all varieties of chip. Gio watched Ayane greedily pick from each bag. Parts of Ayane remind her of the girls that would bully her. She was haughty, confident, and ill-mannered, and had always gone away with all of it. So, how long have you been a pilot for? Ayane looked up, counting with her fingers. Like, 7 months, I think. Things are pretty relaxed here, aren't they? Sure are, Ayane smiled. Outside of drills in class, until we get our marching orders, pilots can do whatever they want and we still get a big fat paycheck. Ayane leant back, tossing a chip into her mouth. So, we're being paid to sit in our big fat asses and eat potato chips. Isn't this war delightful? I don't think we're going to be deployed before you... I don't think we're going to be deployed before you've had a test flight. And they're still putting together your Dragoon. So your arrival means I get to relax a little longer. Ayane went straight from her chips to her cigarette. I'd love to live like this without ever risking my life, but... Well... She laughed apologetically. You probably don't want to hear stuff like that on your first day. It's okay. Gio took a potato chip. And ate it. Gio took a potato chip. It had a strange, sweet taste to it. The labels on everything Ayane had bought were all incomprehensible novelty flavors. When she looked at what she had just eaten, it was apparently meant to be flavored like a donut. I wish you could try these. Gio smiled at Fufi. Fufi gave a disinterested smile. Yeah. The things Ayane said had probably only made Fufi feel worse. She wasn't as adaptable as Gio. She'd probably seen a lot today to dishearten her. Gio tried a different flavor of chip. It tasted fairly normal at first, but had a peculiar aftertaste. This was apparently meant to be like beer. The last 2 days felt completely frenzied, but it wasn't wholly different to her life in the past, especially when she started a new job. It was getting to sit down like this and relax afterwards that was new. And like Ayane said, she was being paid to do it too. Without having to do a thing, she would make in a week what that old lady selling cigarettes would make in months. It was impossible to internalize that all of this, was her life now. Almost being torn apart without anyone even noticing. Being able to laze around like this without any consequences. All of it was so contradictory. The wound on her shoulder itched. How did it weigh up? She'd been injured before and never gotten anything from it. Was being here worth that bit of pain? She thought she had to work hard and figure something out to get there, and all hard work got her was pain, humiliation, and debt. She'd take a job for a few $100s, and all of it would just go right back into suit repairs or paying off bills. Her savings never increased, nor did her qualifications or experience. No matter how hard she worked, or no matter how long for, it never could have brought her here. Hard work was completely worthless. And the values Gio possessed in the end had nothing to do with her character or determination. The GI mechanism within the Lilac Dragoons was a brute force mechanism that turned an ordinary human into a complex information processing and control unit. A bleeding edge technology that allowed the disorganized Lilac forces to fight on equal terms with the enigmatic Duchy. But it was a system that only a tiny handful of humans were qualified for. Of the people that could even survive its operation, even fewer were able to make meaningful use of it, or avoid permanent neurological damage. Against all odds, without ever having had any particular talents, Gio possessed that 1 in 10,000 quality. That enormous machine she looked up at earlier. Without so much as even needing a manual, she could make it dance like a ballerina. No matter how many times she was told that, she still couldn't believe it was true. Gio gazed up at the tree branches above her. Fufi had flown off on her own, examining the leaves. Of all the chips she had tried, the extreme spicy chicken burger flavor was probably her favorite. It wasn't actually spicy at all, though. Well, on your mind, huh? Ayane smiled, noticing Gio's expression. Yeah. You want to hang out? So let's chat, yeah? Ayane giggled. Sorry, I'm kind of just, well, trying to take everything in, I guess. Thinking too much is poison. Especially here. Ayane pointed her cigarette at Gio in accusation. Gio laughed. Yeah. I don't know what to talk about, though. Ayane crossed her legs, reaching for another bag of chips. Well, just say what's on your mind, then. Everything here feels... just... feels a little too good to be true, but at the same time, I'm scared, too. Gio rubbed her face. Sorry, I don't mean to drag things down. It's okay. Ayane shrugged. Even if you weren't a pilot, it's a pretty crazy move, right? I do okay in zero gravity, but if I had to move... I have to move a ship without any. If I do okay in zero gravity, but if I had to move to a ship without any... He laughed a little at her imagination of it. All things considered, you seem to be dealing with it pretty well, I guess. Gio nodded. Yeah. I'm not used to jobs I can slack off on, either. She went forward, clutching her knees. Is there really nothing we should be doing right now? Ayane took a long drag. There's all sorts of things you can volunteer for if you want, but I wouldn't bother with any of it. I couldn't care less about the war effort, doing my part, or any of that shit. I mean, we've already lost, right? I just want to enjoy myself while I can. Cracks my back in a nasty way again. I'm sad that it's like not loud enough for my mic to pick up. I want you all to hear like the nasty crackling sounds my body makes. Oh. Those are my elbows. Gio spread out on her new bed. A bed in gravity. It was comfortable. Not as much as she hoped it would be. It felt like a weight was pressing down on her. Griffey was nestled at her side. Unlike Gio, she could sleep whenever she chose to. Gio's shoulder itched. She undid the buttons of her shirt, pulling it down over her shoulder, then peeled back the sticky plastic gel dressing. At first, her fingers moved with a curious stroke across the wound, and then dug in, as if to push straight through and into the bone. Even though she watched the doctor pull it out, it felt like that piece of metal was still inside her, cutting her as she moved, poisoning her blood. But her wound was already healed. It didn't hurt at all, even as she clawed at it. It just felt like something stuck to her, something that she couldn't scratch or scrape away. Everything today felt warped and perverse. This is the heart of the violent patriotism that had been driven into her surroundings like a knife. And yet, Ayane was the most seditious person she'd ever met. Susie acted like a pleasant teacher, not the person who would be marching Gio to her death. Shima was a total oddity, as if she was living in another world entirely. The faces of the pilots she saw today were all laughing, chatting over lunch, reading books, or playing around. No one here cared at all. Not about what was going to happen to them, and not about what they were being made to do. I was almost killed, and nobody noticed. I saw somebody die in front of me, and nobody cares. That's what I thought today. Those are just my selfish feelings. Everyone here is experiencing that same thing, and they don't care. They kill, and they don't care. They die, and they don't care. I saw someone die. Do I care? I shrug it off. It's not the first time I've seen it. I almost died. Do I care? It's fine. I've been hurt worse than this. I saw that dragoon, and I felt good. I felt powerful. I felt like I had some control. I feel like I'm being infected by something. That attitude you need to survive this place. These other pilots are all normal, unremarkable people just like me. The special quality that lets you be a pilot doesn't come with anything else. It doesn't mean you're cut out to be a soldier. It doesn't prepare you for anything. And they're all forced to keep doing it. No matter how I feel, I'll be forced to do it. Do I really care either way? Am I really going to survive this? Duchy. Within the halls of a duchy manor, Princess Emile held a pose as the sunset crept across her body. Lady Honey Rose examined Emile's face, a half-formed portrait of the princess gazing out the window on her canvas. Honey pushed her brush into her palette. I meant to tell you, they've been given an invitation to Gray's funeral. Not that his body was able to be retrieved. Emile scowled. Do we really need a service for that cretin? Leading a pointless attack on the Lilac and losing half his men, endangering the crown princess. Moi! Then dying like a dog without so much as getting a single swing in. His family is finished. And what? All of this stupidity was for my sake? I'm meant to be happy? I'm meant to be impressed? Emile's voice lowered. How many times has something like this happened already? All from disgusting people like that. That man was old enough to be my father. Emile sneered, mimicking her would-be suitors. Princess, watch me fight! Princess, may I have this dance? Princess, won't you have dinner with me? Please accept this gift. I bought you a horse, a car, a whole mansion. I love you. I've always been in love with you, ever since the day we met. Emile held her fist to her chest, breathing heavily. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all these people, all these gifts, all these invitations. All of you. All of you. Just drop dead! Emile, I sympathize. I really do. But please stop changing poses. End of chapter 1. Now, theoretically, I could stop here, but I kind of don't wanna. I kind of wanna go on a little longer if I'm gonna be on the reel. I kind of wanna keep going. Hello, hello, my good little spacefarers. Wasn't our debut great? It wasn't our first time, you know. Though they probably don't even remember us. Huh? Well, we did look pretty different back then. What are you talking about? Forget it. Just stick to the prompt. Right. How'd you enjoy the first episode of Coquette Dragoon? It was a little bleak, wasn't it? Maybe. But wasn't Gio and Ayani's budding little friendship so sweet? They already touched hands and everything. Yes. How intimate. Won't you play with my hands, Philly? You already know how to use a knife and fork. Then how about spoon-feeding me instead? Give it a rest. You love me. I most certainly do not. So withholding. So completely incapable of honest communication. That's what I love about you. Anyway, time for a segment we like to call Author's Notes. Hello, I'm Ivy. Thank you so much for reading this chapter. Coquette Dragoon has had a complicated road, which some readers might remember. Originally, Coquette was a comic series, but I only ever got the first chapter finished as a comic. You'll notice a lot of the CGs in this chapter are pretty crunchy. Since I was talking about a little bit about this earlier, that this was a comic first. You'll notice a lot of the CGs in this chapter are pretty crunchy, since I reused a lot of my old comic work to add as visuals for this. It's not work I especially like looking at now, knowing I can draw a lot cleaner, but it seemed a shame to let that work go to waste. After making Chapter 1 as a comic, I transitioned to an illustrated prose, or light novel if you prefer, format for Chapters 2 and 3, but eventually got frustrated with that format too. until I discovered there was a much better way to present text image in a digital medium, the visual novel. Visual novels rule, by the way. I like... some like lore for myself. There was a time a while ago where I was like, man, maybe I should do like comics and stuff. And I would like try to do like, you know, like little things like kind of almost like 4-Coma-esque type stuff. But it was like hard for me because you know, to do a lot of comics or to do like a comic, that's a lot of drawing you gotta do. But like, you know, recently, like the past, like I'd say the past year, but I started like year before this one, last year. I like really started diving into visual novels as a medium, and visual novels are like so much more, at least to me, that I feel like visual novels to me are a little more accessible as a medium. Because say if I'm doing like a longer thing, you know, trying to tell a longer story than you know, a few short comic pages, it's much easier to tell the kind of story I want without having to make like an absolute fuckload of art. You know, of course there's still like art workload, but it's not to the same degree as it would be if I was doing like a comic, and it's like worked so much better for me, and I'm very happy that I've like explored visual novels as a medium. Like I feel like it's like the thing for me, for like my main source of telling stories, I think, because I don't think I could like I don't think like just writing like works for me, or like just doing art does it for me. And I like visual novels because I can do a lot of things, and I can do like the other things I like to dabble in, like music making. It's cool. I like visual novels. I feel like more people should try to make a visual novel. Anyways, that's my yammering. Ultimately, what spurred the change more than anything was learning 3D, which suddenly opened up a way to produce quality backgrounds quickly and cheaply. I've never been good at drawing backgrounds, so the thought of producing 50 plus full screen size 50 plus full screen size pieces for a visual novel was pretty much impossible. So here you have Coquette in its final definitive form. I couldn't do comics because hand-wrist issues meant that drawing workload was impossible, and I wasn't satisfied with it as a prose work either. Visual novels strike the perfect balance, however, while also allowing for so much more. Can't believe Coquette turned into such an elaborate production while still being pretty comfortable to work on. That's very similar to how I feel as well when it comes to the stuff that I've been making, and like how, you know, I can work on like multiple different factors for a thing. Like I like being able to incorporate different parts of my repertoire into a thing. Thank you for reading, and I look forward to showing you more soon. Next time on Coquette Dragoon Ch.2. A heartwarming tale of girls' friendship among the enemy ranks. Chapter 2, Artificial Soul Genealogy. Thank you for reading. To be continued. And so I shall. After a short little break. I'm really scared. I forget what my BRB screen looks like. Did I put anything salacious there? No, I did not put anything salacious there. I feel like it's a little lonely, though. I feel like I should, like, put something here. Let me go into my images folder and pull out something. We're gonna have... Bailey can hang out here. Alright, I'll be right back, and then we'll get on to more reading. that was some good, chicken. That was some really, really good chicken. I just had some delicious roasted chicken. Big yummy in my tummy. And now with that, I'll do a little bit more reading. I'm not sure how much more I'll be doing. Like probably like 30 minutes to an hour more, I think. That's probably gonna be the way for me. But yeah, alright, we're gonna go back into this. Oh, I have some in my teeth. Hold on, 1 sec. That's gonna drive me crazy. there's like a little bit in my teeth that I can't quite. Whatchamacallit? I can't quite get this little bit of meat out of my teeth. It's fine. I'm just going to like ignore it really hard. Maybe. I'll try so hard. Coquette Dragoon. I cannot get over how good that chicken was. It was so good. That was some of the best roast chicken I've had in a hot minute. I gotta like get back in it now. I gotta warm the old vocal cords up. Lady Honey Rose leant over the mansion balcony, the sound of champagne corks and laughter spilling out from the suffocating dining hall behind her. It was a typically extravagant affair, attended by all manner of the duchy's nobility and ranking officers. With no taste for these kinds of gatherings... Sorry, that was a burp that was trying to happen. With no taste for these kinds of gatherings, she had never bothered to learn what family's house this was, nor the occasion. It all just blended together anyway. Honey's ears twitched as she felt a gaze run across her back, an unfamiliar pair of footsteps creeping up behind her. A woman draped herself across the railing beside her, a glass flute of colorful liquor swaying in her hand. I've been watching you for a short while now. You haven't spoken to a single person since you have arrived. Honey glanced over at her, offering no reply. The woman giggled. You're as quiet as they say. My apologies, Honey murmured. It's expected of someone like you. Actually, it's maybe a little better for you that way. Not that I really want to talk to you. Rather, it's your relationship with a certain princess. Honey remained expressionless as the woman eyed her pitifully. It's a little strange, don't you think? A woman like you, with no social standing to speak of and nothing to her name, suddenly finding herself a seat beside the future queen. Well, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you the rumors that are going around. She eyed Honey, probing for a reaction. The woman scoffed quietly, taken aback by Honey's steadfast silence. Our princess is rather unlike her mother, but everyone knows they share the same sense of compassion. It's a compelling little story of yours, isn't it? Her voice lowered. I can see why she would fall prey to something like that. The woman's expression turned harsh as she leant towards Honey. Don't you feel any shame taking advantage of her Grace's charity? Before Honey could give any response. Yippee! Yippee! Belle, I love Belle. I love Belle so much. Honey, there you are! I found some cake for you that you should absolutely have to try. A red-eyed girl chimed, clutching Honey's arm. Honey glanced down at her, unsure of how to respond in this noble woman's presence. The red-eyed girl winced in embarrassment upon noticing the woman beside her. So sorry if I'm intruding. I didn't notice you were having a conversation. The noble woman gave a kind smile. Just making small talk. Nothing important. She gave an amused glance back at Honey as she walked off. Something that felt like, oh, so you do have friends. Shall we head inside? Mm-hmm. Oh, I love these two so much. I love these two. I'm so glad you came. I'm sorry I was a little late. The pointy-eared girl beamed up at Honey, leading her by the arm. This cheery wolf, Lady Belchheim Katzbalger, was the sole reason Honey had dragged herself to this tiresome gathering. She was a peculiar noblewoman the same age as Honey, and of similarly poor social stature. They had only met recently, with Belle deciding almost immediately she was Honey's best friend and clinging to her side whenever they met. I found this cute little cake selection over here. It smells really nice. Belle smiled up at her. Excuse me. Take a seat and I'll be right there. Mm-hmm. Honey nodded. Honey sat herself down and watched as Belle excitedly picked out desserts, her tail swaying behind her. Belle's appearance always stuck out a little, her disproportionately long ears and tail overtaking her diminutive frame. Her wide eyes a distinctive vivid ruby. Here, at an event attended in suits, gowns, and dress uniforms, Belle was draped in an oversized outdoor cloak, clutching at a toy rabbit. Looking at her, Honey felt a little concerned at the kind of attention she might receive, though eccentrics were fairly common in the ranks of nobility. All things considered, I'm probably an eccentric too. I'm back! You have to try these! They're so cute, I love them so much. Say, Belle cooed, slowly pushing a small cake to Honey's mouth. Honey let out a little sigh and complied, opening her mouth. This girl, really... You're so cute! You're so cute, I'm gonna explode! Honey closed her eyes as she ate, hiding from Belle's gleeful smile. It was truly delicious. Belle balled her hands to her chest, bouncing side to side. Is it good? Did you like it? Honey nodded a little, embarrassed at her reaction. Belle was always pleased to exploit her weakness to sweet things. Oh, hold on, I gotta take another drink. I feel like I swallowed a hair or something. Oh, oh, that's not a good feeling. I'll be fine in time, probably. Belle smiled warmly. I'm glad. I was a little worried about you. Honey awkwardly swallowed as she stared, confused at Belle's expression. Belle gestured to her long, fluffy ears. I heard how that woman was speaking to you. I don't know what it was about, but she wasn't being very nice to you, was she? So, I just want to make sure you're okay. Belle fidgeted. Are you okay? Honey blinked, gazing into Belle's eyes for a moment before turning away. It sounded like a question asked to a child, but it wasn't insincere. What am I meant to say to that? Taking her silence as an answer, Belle set aside her plate, gently wrapping her hands around Honey's arm and resting her head on her shoulder. Honey hesitated a little, before leaning against Belle in turn. She knew it looked odd, being fed cakes and fawned over by this strange girl, but nothing in her wanted to push Belle away. Would it be cruel to dismiss her feelings as an overreaction? There's nothing to worry about, Honey murmured. I'm okay, I promise. You sure? Honey gave her a nod. Mm-hmm. Belle gave her a smile, seemingly content and a job well done of comforting her. Ah, I still have more cake I want you to try. Belle sung, her mood changing in an instant. You have such a mature image, but you really do love such cute things. Honey sighed. Don't tease me. I'm not. I just think it's sweet. Belle smiled confidently. Honey sat placidly as Belle continued testing desserts on her, watching her face closely with delight. Do you like this one? More or less than the last one? Maybe a little more. I see. Belle rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I want to know what your favorite is, so I can always bring you some. That's very thoughtful. I think I'm full now, though. Ah, the growing pains of the scientific process. Honey sighed, handing Belle back her plate. I love watching you eat. Yes, I can tell that. You make such a cute little face, Belle warbled, raising her hands to her cheeks in adoration. If you say so, Honey sighed, averting her gaze. Do you want a drink? I can go fetch you one, Belle asked. Honey meant to shake her head in response, but glancing back, Belle was looking at her with such an expectant smile, tail wagging eagerly behind her. If you're offering. Belle leapt to her feet, spinning on one foot to face Honey. I'll try to think of what you'd like. They're so cute. Chocolate mousse and vanilla swirl with strawberries. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty damn good. Belle hopped out the doorway, stretching her arms towards the sky. It's not too cold, Honey asked, following Belle outside the manor. It's a little chilly, but it's no problem. All right, Honey nodded. I want to poke around the gardens. Doesn't it smell lovely out here? Honey watched over Belle as she crouched before a flower bed, her tail swishing back and forth as she pressed her nose to a flower. While Honey didn't find these manners particularly interesting, Belle always enjoyed wandering around. Belle was innocent and curious, forever smiling with a carefree air. The Cotswolgers were a powerful, secretive family, controlling a great deal of the duchy's military industry. Many of the weapons Honey was familiar with were assembled in their factories. From the family name, Honey's initial image of her was the typical spoiled young heiress that filled the ranks of high nobility. But even as someone as disinterested in the gossip of the noble classes as Honey, the reality of Belle's circumstances were readily apparent. For Belle's sake, Honey didn't want to speculate or pry, but it was impossible to avoid. Those long pointed ears, that fluffy tail she was always wagging behind her. How did she feel about them? Her mother was a horse, her father was a deer, and yet their child was a wolf. It wasn't hard to figure out, even at a glance. In a land of piety, fidelity, and the family name, a bastard was just about the most shameful thing you could be. To make matters worse, Belle's mother died giving birth to her, and the identity of her lover was unknown to anyone but her. And so, Belle was left alone to live in a house she held no blood relation to, and who, by the customs of nobility, were under no obligations towards her. That's all Honey knew. Honey crouched beside Belle, cautious to avoid stepping on the cloak spilling out onto the grass around her. Belle always wore the same style of clothing, oversized black garments that obscured her entire body. Were they nice? Honey asked, looking at the flower bed. Mm-hmm, Belle nodded. Belle leant forward, her hand delicately reaching out from the bundle of cloth to pluck a flower. She held it below her chin for a moment, and then turned to Honey. Their eyes locked for a few breaths before Belle gave a smile of recognition and leaned forward to place the flower in Honey's hair. Belle was always so close to her, giving her those small glances asking for approval. So cute, Belle cooed, admiring the decoration. Honey watched her sincere smile, wondering how her own face read in turn. She couldn't smile back. She wanted to thank her for this and for earlier, but the words wouldn't come. You're as quiet as they say. It was true. Everyone knew it about her. Her thoughts could never work their way out of her mouth, and when she did speak, it was with little emotion. Unless it was about work, everything she wished to say caught in her throat. Whether or not she felt she really needed it, Belle showed her kindness. Who else ever treated her like that? What could she offer in return for Belle's sincerity? Rising to her feet, there was one small thing she could think of. Oh, that's strange, Belle purred with a mischievous smile. Oh, what is? Oops, sorry, I went into the wrong tab. You don't normally offer me your hand. Honey sighed, lifting Belle to her feet. Well, you usually take it anyway, so... Belle giggled, squeezing Honey's hand. So, you do like to hold hands then? I mean, it's nice, Honey stuttered and trailed off. I'm glad you think it's nice, Belle cooed, smiling as she pressed her toy rabbit to her chest. Honey sighed, letting Belle lead her forward. Honey kept her hand clasped together with Belle's as they wandered the paths through the gardens, the wolf-eared girl leading her to anything and everything that interested her. Somehow, it felt a little different taking the initiative for once. Belle's hand was so small and bony that it wasn't hard for Honey to wrap her whole hand around it. Her skin was always cold, and she always hunched up a little when they were outdoors, even with all those layers. Honey squeezed her hand a little tighter, hoping to provide some warmth. She could feel scratches and marks on the tips of Belle's fingers. It seemed she had a hobby of sewing, and was quite clumsy, really. Being able to understand someone a little better just through touch. Had she ever felt such a thing before? She wondered what Belle could read in turn, whether she could feel the markings of handling knives and rifles, or that she cut her nails so short to avoid the disgust of cleaning blood out from under them. Wandering the garden together, it was all Honey could really do to simply follow behind Belle, nodding along to her idle thoughts voiced aloud. Those are pretty. Isn't this cute? I love how these smell. Belle would turn back to her, looking up at Honey's face with a smile. Honey was never able to really start a conversation, with her or anyone, but it was simply Honey's attention that was enough for Belle. She wasn't expecting Honey to try and force herself to speak, nor did she take her silence as disinterest. In all honesty, Belle wasn't the type Honey ever really saw herself getting along with, and her enthusiasm did throw her off balance a little, but being around her was peaceful in its own way. Belle liked to talk, and Honey liked to listen. She clung to Honey's side, leading her by the arm on these little explorations. When they sat down together, Belle would lean against her and play with Honey's fingers. Belle shrunk around others. Excuse me, sorry. Belle shrunk around others. Honey could feel her grip tighten around her arm when a stranger got close to them. What was it about being at Honey's side that made her feel so calm? She couldn't see what Belle saw in her, but If she could protect that uneasy heart, even a little. At the sight of a hedge carved into the shape of a swan, Belle slipped out of her grasp as she excitedly darted towards it. Honey slowed to a stop, looking over the garden. Flowers grew in scarlet tones and filled the air with a lavish scent, the shimmering water features reflecting the orange sky her people felt so proud of. No matter where she looked, she found beauty. Anyone would call it that. Beyond the blooming flowers of the gardens was the splendor of gentle rolling hills, forests, and fields of grass. In a world floating in space, such a sight was hard to believe. It was a miracle. Anyone would call it that. The ground beneath her feet felt like mud. The open sky felt like it would tear apart and swallow her. She took a breath and loosened her clenched fists, watching Belle skip happily to the next bed of flowers. Seeing Belle framed against her surroundings, pain ran through Honey's chest. If the world could only be smaller. Oh, I don't think I've seen these before. Belle crouched before a bush of flowers. Do you know what they are? I wouldn't know. Honey shrugged. Botany was not one of her skills. Oh well, they're pretty though. Belle bounced to her feet. Honey nodded, taking Belle's hand. I'm always making you follow me around. Sorry. I don't mind. I like walking. Are you feeling better? Honey hesitated to answer. She didn't want to think she was bothered by that woman from before. Belle laughed a little, smiling up at her. I can tell you've cheered up a little. Huh? You're timid when you're relaxed, but speak quickly when you're tense. It's very cute. Honey gazed on her feet. Oh, well. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but you do wag your tail sometimes when you're in a good mood. Belle giggled. Honey grabbed her tail with her free hand to check as Belle laughed. You really are adorable sometimes. Honey exhaled and looked away, Belle tormenting her with a playful smile. I appreciate the compliment. Hey, so, Belle's voice grew quieter. I'm sorry I couldn't really do anything before. Out on the balcony, I mean. All I could do was interrupt and play dumb. Honey shook her head. I wouldn't ask you to put yourself out. She paused and bit her lip. I appreciate you looking out for me. You really didn't have to. I don't like seeing people be mean to you. I wanted to say something to her, but I got scared of what she'd say back. I cry pretty easily when people are mean to me. Belle smiled, amused at herself. I wouldn't let her. I wouldn't let her. Honey shot back reflexively. Belle giggled. He's scary. Sorry. I really do mean that, though. I know. Belle smiled and grabbed Honey's hand tighter, murmuring after a moment of quiet. I missed you, you know. Honey rubbed the back of Belle's hand, unsure what to say. Is it okay to ask for a hug? Belle circled around to face Honey. I didn't get to give you a proper greeting before. Honey gave a nod, gingerly holding out her arms. Belle leapt at her at full force, giggling as she buried herself in Honey's chest. It's really nice to see you, Honey. Belle hummed, her arms wrapped tightly around her sides. It's nice to see you too, Belle. Honey murmured, raising her arms to Belle's back. You're always nice and warm. Belle giggled. They're so cute. They're so cute. They're so cute. They're so cute. Honey's face stung with a flush of embarrassment, squeezing Belle tighter in response. I missed you too, Honey stuttered. Oh, Belle smiled. Honey timidly raised her hand to Belle's head, and Belle eagerly leaned into her open palm. Honey slowly stroked the back of Belle's head, receiving a small giggle of affirmation. She could feel Belle's body being pulled side to side by the wagging of her oversized tail. Belle stood on her toes, nuzzling under Honey's chin gleefully as Honey scratched behind her ears. You're so kind. No one else ever hugged Honey like this. It was so joyful to be in her company. He still wasn't quite used to it, but it never felt like there was harm in playing around with her. I'm charged full of honey energy again. Belle sighed happily as she finally let go. What does that mean? Belle giggled, clutching her toy rabbit to her chest. You're drooling a little, Honey noted. Belle giggled, leaning against her. Because I'm so happy, and I'm a dog. Honey sighed, taking her handkerchief from her pocket. Come here a moment. Belle happily obliged, leaning against Honey and looking up at her face with a blissful smile. Something I had said before is I feel like at some point, I feel like they'd probably get, like, weird about it. Like, I feel like Honey would, like, gently joke, like, you have so much drool, we could probably fill, like, a glass with it. And, like, Belle, as, like, kind of a half bit, like, does that and, like, presents the glass to Honey. Like, I feel like they would get, and I feel like Honey would, like, have feelings. I'm like, I don't know. That's just that's just, like, my own thing. Like, I don't know. Maybe Honey's looking a little thirsty and she needs a little drink. Anyways, I gotta go continue my read. Honey carefully wiped Belle's mouth, her tail wagging behind her. Belle stuck out her face proudly, basking in the attention Honey was giving her. Honey sighed, patting down the stray hairs on Belle's head. She really was like an affectionate puppy. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Honey folded her handkerchief, putting it back in her pocket. It's really no problem. It was mostly used to wipe up blood anyway. How have you been lately, anywho? My duties have kept me busy. Honey remembered all the annoyances surrounding... Gimme. Honey remembered all the annoyances surrounding Baron Gray's disastrous military foray, his subsequent death, and the funeral that she had to attend. But I've got some free time for now. I've been fine, I suppose. It's nice to spend some time at home. I can't even imagine having the kinds of responsibilities you do. I really admire that, you know. It's nothing special, really. How have you been yourself? Honey asked. Belle held up her toy rabbit above her head with both hands and gazed up at it. I've been a little lonely, I suppose. She glanced at Honey and smiled. But that's okay now. Honey paused a moment, tugging at her sleeve. I don't always have free time, but I don't mind talking on the phone or anything like that if you're lonely. It's okay? Belle's voice filled with an anxious excitement. Of course, if you don't mind talking with me, I mean. I like talking with you, Belle interrupted, clasping at Honey's hand. I really do, honest. You're always lovely to talk to. It was normal to talk on the phone with friends. Why did it feel so strange to ask? Honey stared at her feet as they walked together. How have you been lately? What was the real answer to that? The repetition of firing her rifle into a target, adjusting the sights and firing again until it was perfect, scraping out the residue from the barrel, her clothes smelling of gunpowder, trying on shoes just so that no one could say she couldn't afford them, bandaging the scrapes on her ankles, the endless hours of transcription of charms and sigils, compensation for her lacking magical ability, the prayer for her body to be cleansed of poison and for her heart to remain unfettered. None of these things, she wished to discuss with Belle. As she wound back the clock further and further, there never was anything else. Soaring through space on golden wings, sensory information penetrating her body like needles. The relentless observation of worthless death on a worthless battlefield. Excuse me. How long had it been like this? How had this become everyday life to her? She was never meant to be nobility, never meant to be a soldier, and never meant to be close to royalty. A uniform of black and gold, and the envy that came with it. Designer fashion, designer shoes, designer warships, and designer dragoons. Practicing her aim, practicing her etiquette, again and again, all blurring together. What is any of it for? Aside from the princess and her family, no one had ever gone close to her. She studied others through the lens of a scope, never allowing them a place in her heart. Until this strange, red-eyed girl appeared by her side. Right from the start, Belle was different. She wasn't interested in any of the things Honey felt were so inhuman. It was also calm and mundane. Spending time with her felt like she was living a different life altogether. Holding her hand, hugging her, conversations of compliments and teasing remarks. That kind of playful friendship was something she'd given up on ever experiencing. I'd like to talk more with you, Honey muttered, rubbing her thumb against the back of Belle's hand. Belle nodded enthusiastically. Of course! I'd really love that! They both stopped at the end of the flower garden, a dirt path winding into a thicket of trees before them. Oh, a secret path, Belle narrated cartoonishly. Or just a regular walking path, Honey murmured. Do you want to follow it? I assumed we would.
Now, back to the lilac.
Geo lay slumped against the table, a plate of untouched pizza slices sitting in front of her. A table, chairs, a whole room just for eating in. It was such a simple thing for anybody, she supposed, but it was still hard to wrap her head around. Your voice is so nice for narration. Oh, thank you so much, Gray. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. How are you, Gray? It is nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. That means a lot for me to hear. Thank you so much. All eating amounts to in 0G is just stuffing nutrition into your body. There was nothing very social or fun about it. You took your rations and ate them on the spot, and then you got back to work or whatever. What the? You took your rations and ate them on the spot, and then you got back to work or whatever else you were doing. If anything, having to eat was just a pain. Even a small amount of crumbs would get into your hair or under your clothes. As excited as she was to get here, to eat real food, right now, she couldn't bring herself to touch any of it. Giving up on cutlery already? Ayane had landed on the chair beside her. Maybe. Gio gave a small laugh. Looks like you've given up on food altogether. Ayane leant forward. What's up? Gio looked up at her, ready to deflect her question, but it was obvious Ayane wasn't going to just ignore it. She couldn't tell if Ayane was particularly perceptive or just overly forward. I have a test flight tomorrow morning. Yeah. Without so much as glancing around, Ayane slid a flask out from the inside of her shirt and began pouring it into Gio's paper cup. Hey! For your nerves. I'm not really a drinker, Gio sighed, raising the cup anyway. You should eat. I know. Gio took a sip. Whatever liquor Ayane had given her didn't go very well with lemon soda. I'm doing... Excuse me. I hope you're doing good. It's finally going to Texas. Yay, fuzzy socks. Oh my god, I love wearing a fuzzy sock. Yeah, it's like comfy weather or comfy clothes weather now. I love a comfy sock. I love me a nice slipper. Tamitha, thank you for joining in. I love Coquette. I love this game. I've been very excited to play it on stream. I like this game a lot. I hope you are doing well. Welcome in. You'll be awake with a sore stomach if you don't. Yeah. I'll get a sore stomach drinking this anyway. I love the art style. Yeah, the art style is great. I was talking about it earlier, but it like everything has this like cutesy like kind of plastic look to everything, and it's like it's really cool. I mean, like at least like the lilac side of things is like mostly plasticky, but everything has like at least some sort of like level of cutesiness to it. And it's like all placed alongside, you know, horrible wartime things happening all the time. And like I feel like the most succinct depiction of like theming and aesthetics is Gio holding like a neon pink cigarette while looking really cute and really tired at the same time. Like I feel like that's the most like like that's the most Coquette thing in this game. Doing pretty okay, just having welcome in. I like reading out a word or two. I'm glad you're doing well. Gio exhaled, taking a slice from her plate. Ayane gave her a grin of approval. Gio returned a small smile, taking a bite. It didn't really taste like anything, and getting it down her throat didn't feel like accepting food so much as swallowing paper. But at least she was doing it. Do you want to go for a smoke after? Ayane chimed. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, so hey, now you're eating spaghetti. Oh. Oopsie. Also, hey, now you're eating spaghetti. Gio noted, looking at Ayane's plate. Ayane jabbed her fork into a meatball. You put the worm in my brain for it. I'll be having pizza next, I guess. Gio laughed a little, taking another bite. Thinking about cafeteria pizza reminds me of I remember when I'd visit my ex's community college, and they would always say like the pizza's like god awful, terrible, horrible, and like when I was there, I always wanted to like try it, but I always wanted to try it just to know how horrible it was. I didn't know the specifics. Like I knew it was like cardboardy, but that feels nice. Belle murmured, her breath quietly labored against Honey's chest. I'm very talkative right now, I apologize. Are you sure? Honey fretted, her touch as light as possible against Belle's back. They'd only walked what felt like a short distance together, and then Belle had collapsed. Despite her energetic personality, Belle was an incredibly frail girl. She tired easily and frequently fell into dizzy spells. It wasn't the first time Honey had seen her like this. It doesn't hurt, Honey whispered. Don't worry, you're very gentle, Belle answered warmly. Honey tightened her arms around her just a little. Do you need anything? I'll be okay in a little while. I promise. Honey nodded. I like when we sit like this. Me too, Honey whispered. Belle smiled. You're being really nice to me tonight. Honey gave Belle a light squeeze, embarrassed. I want to be nice to you. Belle giggled weakly. My plan to win you over with cakes worked better than I thought it would. It was nice, Honey stuttered. Is it okay if we sit like this for a bit longer? Of course. Take as long as you need. I'm glad. Belle pulled Honey's hands tighter around her. Is it okay if I asked you to hold me like this again sometime? When I'm not feeling sick? Of course you can. Can I sit in your lap too? Oh, Bots, thank you so much for following. What is my dragoon's name? Oh. Ooh, that's a good question. Oh. Buh. Oh, what would my dragoon's name be? I'm gonna have to think on that one. You put a little worm in my brain. I'm gonna let that till the soil for a little bit, and then soon, from the mulch of the meat computer, something will sprout. It'll come to me, and I'll be like, oh ho ho, why didn't I think of this sooner? It'll like come to me while I'm in the middle of like a really like heavy paragraph, and then I'll be like, oh yeah. Like while I play DDD. Thank you. Whoop! Wrong spite. Thank you for dropping by. I wish you a Godspeed in surviving or killing, whichever end of the equation you're on there. Honey nodded. You're really the best. I mean, Belle murmured, turning her head and nuzzling Honey gently. Honey shyly raised her hand up the back of Belle's neck, strands of wispy hair falling between her fingers. Belle giggled. You're really spoiling me? Honey gently scratched behind Belle's ears, unable to reply. Belle rolled to her side, making herself comfortable against Honey's chest, her tail wagging gently under her cloak. I'm really glad you're here. You too. Belle smiled with an eye half open, turning her head up to look up at the canopy of branches. The light through the trees is so nice, don't you think? I think it was worth the walk out here. It smells nice here too. Belle paused, before giving a small laugh. I want to say that I like nature, but you can't exactly call it that, can you? And still, I like these things. Belle closed her eyes, burying her face on Honey's chest. You smell really nice too. I like things that smell nice. I think my favorite smell is vanilla, she murmured, as if talking to herself. Like vanilla-scented soap, you know? Honey rubbed the back of her head. Belle rolled onto her back and looked up in Honey's face with a hand curled into a paw. Do you think I like smelling things since I'm a canine? Honey shrugged, gently pushing Belle's bangs out of her eyes. I wouldn't know. Her little sippy cup. Her little sippy cup. Honey sat by Belle's side, watching her sip a glass of juice through a straw. How are you feeling? Asked Honey. Belle giggled. I was healed by the power of love. Honey sighed, both exasperated and relieved. It doesn't hurt anywhere? Just a little. Belle gestured to her chest. It should be gone soon. Belle ran her hand across Belle's back. Does that help? Belle wriggled about happily. It was unclear if it was helping, or if Belle just enjoyed the attention. Let me know if it gets worse, okay? Belle leaned against her. You're cute when you fuss over me. I don't do it to be cute. You care about me a lot, don't you? Of course I do, Honey said quietly. You're my friend. I'm really glad to hear that. Before Honey could reply, a young soldier approached the pair. Forgive me if I'm intruding, my lady, the man stuttered, his nervous eyes fixed on Honey. He was wearing the dress uniform of a low-ranking officer, a unisex sailor's cap adorning his light gold hair. Oh, it's no bother at all, Belle chirped politely in a proper noblewoman's voice. Honey declined to reply and stared at him blankly. My lady? He inquired towards Honey. Sir, Honey hissed. You are speaking to me as an officer of the Royal Navy. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. The man bowed his head. I would like to discuss something with you in private, sir. I apologize. No, wait. I apologize, but my friend isn't feeling well, so I would rather not be separated right now. Honey responded mechanically, resting her hand on Belle's shoulder. Forgive me, sir, but it's rather important. It was obvious which family he belonged to and what he wished to talk about. Unlike most of his family, however, he wore the uniform of the Royal Navy, not a private force. Honey sighed before rising to her feet. We'll speak, but I won't leave her side. Do you understand? Honey stood with her back against the stairwell railing, eyeing the man before her with cold indifference. Belle sat at a distance atop the stairs, away from the pair. From the moment he opened his mouth, his weakness was overwhelmingly apparent. It was a typical case. The uniform he wore told her enough. He had been tossed aside by his family and sent off to the battlefield to either die or grow up. It's about Baron Grey. You were there when it happened, right? Honey remembered Princess Emile's drunken outburst to her after the funeral. A truly remarkable military failure. What did he think would happen? Of course, we can walk right in. We're practically spitting distance from one another. But if it was as simple as that, we'd have won this pointless war a century ago. Just how stupid does he think our enemy is? Does he think this war is just some big fucking sport? Truly, what a wonderful example of the rotten, unearned pride of this diseased noble class. Imagining sinking a battleship as simple as hunting game. The sooner men like him all get themselves killed, the better. If Emile wanted him dead, then as far as Honey was concerned, he should be dead. Yes, I was there, Honey answered. I'd like to know how he died. Surely, you already know. I want to hear it from you. You saw it happen, right? He challenged the lilac pilot to single combat and died upon their lance. But his objective was to lead an attack on the ships on the edge of the fleet. Why did he distract himself with that? I wouldn't know. What I want to know is, was he asked to go into combat? If you are going to ask questions, I would like you to speak plainly. My apologies. Did Her Grace ask the Baron to take the field? Honey narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting it's her fault that he lost? No, forgive me, not at all. I just want to understand the situation. I'm his nephew, you see. I'm sorry for your loss, truly. Honey intoned without emotion. But I have nothing special to share with you. It was simply a defeat. I see. May I ask about the pilot? I can't say I know their identity. All I can tell you is that the Dragoon is named Honey Bee. It's quite distinctive, bright yellow and pink. I tried to destroy it when I had the chance, but it seemed like it dodged my shot. If it really did. I see. Thank you, sir. I'll look into it. Honey gave him a silent nod. The man examined her expression with apprehension, realizing that he wasn't going to get much else from her. I should be going. Sorry for taking up your time. Honey sat beside Belle with a tired sigh, chin in hands. Belle fidgeted. I heard a little. I probably shouldn't have. Oh, no. Don't worry about it. Sorry if that was a little awkward. You really didn't want to leave me alone. Of course not. My knight in shining armor. Honey gave a small scoff. Is everything okay? I didn't quite understand what you were talking about, but... It's nothing, really. Nothing, huh? Belle mulled over her words. I think I'm getting to understand you a little better. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, Belle sung. She sprang to her feet with a giggle. Let's look around some more. Are you sure you're okay to be running around? Honey asked, watching Belle strut beside her, balancing on a garden wall. You're the type who likes to worry, aren't you? Belle chirped, swaying back and forth. Nobody likes to worry, Honey muttered. Maybe it's not like, but you're never shy when it comes to concern. Belle twirled, her cloak flowing. You could say it's the shape of your love, Honey sighed. Anyway, it's the nature of a wild beast to recklessly do all it can before it collapses. I can't help myself. And you're a wild beast? Honey looked up at her. I'm a carnivore, aren't I? Belle boasted, baring her fangs. Creature, she's so creature. She's so creature, she's so critter. I suppose, Honey murmured, unconvinced. Aren't wolves omnivores? Belle laughed and hopped down from the wall, taking Honey's hand. Besides, you don't scold me for it, do you? Honey shook her head. I wouldn't do that to you. Oh, Kitchen, thank you for the follow. I hope you are doing well today. On this, looks at the calendar, Friday. Can't believe I do it for you. Well, you are. Honey shook her head. I wouldn't do that to you. You really do like me, huh? Tonight was the first time you've called me your friend. You eat grilled cheese for breakfast? Oh fuck yeah! I love a grilly cheese. I love me some cheese. You know what I love? I love grilled cheese with Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese is like my favorite. I feel like I keep seeing like Swiss cheese haterism on my timeline, and it's heathenous. Swiss cheese is like the best melted cheese to me, I think. It is superb. Like, even if you don't have it on like a grilled cheese, like you put that on like any kind of sandwich where you're like melting the cheese. It's like the perfect melting cheese. It's so yummy. I love it so much. And it's got that classic cheese look. I mean, I've thought about you for a while now. You're a good friend. Belle pressed against her side. Praise me more! I'm not sure what to say. Would it be too self-indulgent if I ask what you like about me? Honey scratched her cheek. Well, I suppose it's that. I've never held someone's hand like that before. I mean... Honey trailed off, completely lost. Belle smiled at her, eager for her to continue. Honey closed her eyes in concentration. You treat me in a very sincere way, and you're always very patient and considerate. I'm not good with these kinds of things, but I can hold your hand and talk to you like this, so those things mean a lot to me. Honey burned with embarrassment as she rubbed the back of her neck. I could have just said, you're very kind, and left it at that. Belle laughed, clutching Honey's arm. That makes me really happy. Honey sighed and hung her head, too flustered to look at her. You're so cute, I can't stand it. Mel murmured breathily, nuzzling against her. I have to feed you more cake. You're drooling again. Like I said, I'm a dog. I drool like a dog and wag my tail like a dog. That's how you know I'm happy. I love Bear so much. I love puppy doggy Bear so much. Dogs will sometimes wet themselves if they get too excited. I'm in danger. Please don't do that. Come here. Honey sighed, drawing her handkerchief. Belle giggled, presenting her face. Honey wiped her mouth, Belle beaming with delight once more at the attention. I like you so much. I couldn't even begin to start. Belle sung, looking up at her with a sickly sweet smile. Don't start drooling again already. This much excitement just from saying I like her. Honey sighed to herself. I really do like to spoil her. If I told her I liked the sight of her, she would get even more carried away. Honey wiped the drool from her hand as Belle giggled with faux embarrassment. Honey sighed to herself. Belle's influence was already corrupting her as if she was okay with being drooled on. If anything, she admired how strongly Belle emoted. Everything she felt for... Everything she admired... Oh my god, what is wrong with me right now? Yeah. Yeah. You know it. Yeah. If anything, she admired how strongly Belle emoted. Everything she felt showed on her face by the shape of her ears, the wag of her tail, or drooling out of her mouth. I need to stop thinking about her drool. I can't deny it's a little fun to see her reactions to things, though. See, like, this is what I'm saying. This is what I was saying earlier. Like, she come back with a glass of the stuff. Honey sat beside Belle under a gazebo nestled in the garden, eyes wandering to the sky as Belle happily swayed beside her. You're the first person to hold my hand too, actually, Belle laughed to herself. I'll admit it, since you said it first. I don't think that's shameful or anything, Honey murmured in reply. You don't ever think it's weird that I'm always so close to you? Honey shook her head. Not at all. And it makes you happy, so... Belle nuzzled against her shoulder. It does make me happy. Well, I'm glad. You're always looking after me. You're a really nice person, you know, Belle murmured, resting her head on Honey's shoulder. I don't really think I am. I don't think you even realize how nice you are to me. That's how nice you are. Honey sighed. If you say so. Belle smiled, squeezing Honey's arm and gazing up at her. The flower I gave you is gone. Oh, it must have fallen out. Sorry. It's fine. I'll try and find another that suits you. You have such pretty hair. I've been wanting to tell you that. Thank you. Yours is lovely, too. It's very soft. Honey stuttered. Aww. Belle nuzzled against Honey's shoulder. I want to try petting your head too, Belle whined. You're always petting mine. It's only fair, right? Honey gave a conceding sigh, tilting her head down. I can't argue with that. Pet, 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 pet. The fur in your ears feels really nice. They're all floppy. It tickles a little. You just wanted to touch them, didn't you? Honey whined. I've always wanted to see how they felt. It's different from ears like mine. The skin's thicker, too. Belle pressed Honey's ear between her fingers. I want to chew on them. Honey sighed. Please don't. Belle giggled, running her thumb up and down Honey's ear. This is weird, but it's nice. Can I touch your horns? Belle asked cheerfully. Honey nodded. Do they tickle? Belle asked, running her fingers across one of Honey's horns. Not really. They don't have very strong feeling. I've heard horns are good luck. Rubbing them is good luck, right? So I've heard. Rub, 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 rub. Belle giggled to herself. I want to chew on these too. Please don't. It's interesting though, isn't it? We all have different ears and tails and such, Belle pondered. I mean, I don't have horns, and if I never got the chance to touch one, I never know how they felt. I still don't know what it feels like to have them, or how you feel. A lot of things are like that, aren't they? Belle's voice lowered, talking to herself. Honey glanced over to Belle, met only with her usual wide smile. Can I touch your tail? Belle asked. Honey shifted to the side, pulling her tail up for Belle to examine. Don't bite it. Belle ran her hands across it, feeling at the short fur before the tip. It's really different from mine. It seems a lot easier to care for. Honey nodded. I shampoo it still. Mine takes forever to dry, Belle whined. I can imagine. Honey thought about Belle's long, fluffy tail. She wanted to ask if she could brush it sometime. She'd probably start blushing and drooling again if I said that aloud. Belle lifted Honey's tail to her chin. I really, really want to chew on it. You can't eat my tail. Just a nibble. Nope. I'm just following my canine instincts. I want to chew on your hands too. Honey sighed. Hearing that, I'm reminded of a certain fairy tale after all those cakes. I don't need to feed you cake for you to be sweet and delicious, Honey. Honey couldn't help but let out a scoff. What am I meant to say to that? Belle giggled, pressing against Honey's side. Honey lay her hand in Belle's lap, watching as she played with her fingers. There was something particular about the way Belle touched things. Whether it was honey or a flower or anything else, she was always fixated on holding things, examining them, seeing how they moved. Like there is a curiosity to the world and the things in it that only she was seeing. Being touched that way, it was hard to articulate it, but it was nice. Or maybe Honey just liked indulging her. A full course honey buffet. Belle sighed dreamily. I'm really going to be eaten then. I was meant to be petting your head, wasn't I? I'm glad you're having fun. Honey muttered quietly. Your hair really is beautiful, though. Belle cooed, looking up at Honey. Thank you. Yours, too. I haven't had hair that long for a long while. You could do a lot of cute things with it. Put in a bun or a braid, or pigtails. Belle smiled, picturing it in her mind. Maybe not pigtails, Honey muttered. But a braid sounds nice. I like the way you wear yours. I like playing with my hair, Belle smiled. Did your mother ever do your hair for you when you were young? Belle asked. Honey opened her mouth to speak, then bit her lip. Her mother? Honey trailed off, unsure of what to say. Seeing her expression, Belle recoiled slowly, confused and anxious, but understanding enough. Sorry, I didn't... Honey shook her head, trying to regain her composure. No, it's just... The warmth of being held, the smell of her perfume, the feeling of her fingers running through her hair. All those sensations, flickering for just an instant. When was the last time she thought about any of it? Honey looked over to Belle. Her expression was panicked. I'm really sorry, Belle whimpered. I shouldn't have... It's okay. You don't need to apologize, really. All those fond memories Honey had of her. It was only natural that Belle would want to feel them too. Belle looked at her feet, clenching her hands around her stuffed rabbit beneath the table. Honey reached her hand over, clasping the back of Belle's hand. I didn't mean to react that way. I just haven't thought about such things in a while. I lost my parents when I was very young. I don't often get to discuss it since... Oh. I lost my parents when I was very young. Hold on. I don't often get to discuss it since, well, most people already know that about me. I'm sorry, Belle mumbled, eyes still fixed to downward. Honey shifted closer to her. My mother, she did do things like that, though, Honey murmured. She really did like my hair, and was always playing with it. I think that's why I still keep it so long. Oh, that's really sweet. Honey rubbed Belle's palm with her thumb. She was always fussing over me. She loved dressing me up and taking photos of me. At the time I didn't really get it, but... She sounds like a really nice person. Belle smiled a little. Yes, she is. She was always very kind to me. I'm really glad. She was a really, really wonderful mother. I don't have any bad memories of her. Belle leant against Honey, wrapping around her arm. It was a difficult thing to ask about, but she wanted to answer Belle's curiosity. The complicated way Belle's hair was braided and tied with a ribbon. It was likely something she had to learn to do herself. You said I like sweet things. I think I got my taste for them from her, Honey pondered aloud. Breakfast was pancakes every morning, and she let me have ice cream on weekends. That sounds lovely, Belle smiled. I'd pester her at the counter for chocolates when we were shopping. You sound kind of spoiled. I was, really. Belle giggled, resting her hand against Honey's shoulder. If it's okay for me to ask, could you tell me more about what you were like as a child? Belle asked. Of course. I wonder if you'd even recognize me. Honey gazed upwards for a moment, gathering her thoughts. I used to be so loud, and I was always trying to show off to my parents. I liked being praised. I remember in kindergarten I'd brag when I knew something. I was good at painting too. You probably would have thought I was pretty adorable, Honey admitted. I think that now, Belle interjected. Back then, I was pretty much the model touchy girl. You didn't know I was once a commoner, did you? Oh! Belle exclaimed with embarrassment. No, I had no idea. I was adopted by a knight and became a lady. The name Honey, then? Belle tilted her head. I chose it myself. When we had pancakes, I liked them with honey. Honey murmured softly, resting her cheeks in her hands. Don't get embarrassed, Belle stammered. That's really wonderful. You're trying not to laugh. It's super adorable. You get cuter every second. Honey sighed in defeat. Not even Emile knew that about her name. I wish I could have seen Tiny Honey, Belle cooed. If I had any photos, I'd show you. Though, I had my growth spurt quite early, so I don't know if I was ever that tiny. I think I was already taller than you now as a preteen. My oppression will never end, Belle mock sobbed. There. Honey patted her shoulder. Comfort me. Belle wagged her tail. Honey looked over at Belle, examining her expression. There was something about the way she was smiling. It felt like Belle was proud of her a little, or maybe just grateful to hear her speaking. Belle had never seen the sight of Honey before. Had anyone? She'd never talked to anyone about her mother before. No one had ever asked. Honey paused. What were you like? If you want to talk about it. Well, it's not a very fun story. But you told me a bit about yourself, so... Belle held her stuffed toy to her chin. When I was young, well, when I was born, I was barely alive. It was a long time before I could even walk, speak, or any of that. I was bedridden pretty much all of the time. You can probably guess I spent most of my time alone. That's all I really want to say about that. I mean, there's nothing to really say. I didn't get to do anything. It wasn't very fun. I can't really sugarcoat it. Honestly, for a long time, I thought it was all hopeless, and I'd given up. I really didn't think I was going to survive. I couldn't see a future for myself in any case. Even after that, I was still in and out of the hospital a lot. I had to have a lot of surgeries. Belle raised her arm, her sleeve falling down a little. There's marks still from all the IV drips. She grimaced, quickly hiding it again. Sorry, I shouldn't show you something like that. Honey glanced to her side. No, it's okay. That must have been difficult. Belle rubbed her hands together, pressing her stuffed toy between her fingers. It was difficult. But after all that,
I'm able to do things like see the flowers outside or even be able to dance if I wanted to. And I got to meet someone who's always patient with me, always listens to me, always kind to me, who calls me her friend. I never could have imagined it. Belle laughed. Sorry, I got a bit sappy. I don't think that's sappy at all, Honey murmured. I'm really glad I'm here right now, Belle sighed, wrapping around Honey's arm. I'm really glad too. That stuff aside, I don't know. It's a little hard to describe how I was as a kid. I fixated on comics once I was able to read. I'm still not very good at it, so pictures help. I was really, really timid. It was hard to speak much. I really liked cartoons. Again, I still do. My hands get sore quickly, so I don't play games very often, but I liked watching people play them online. I liked pretending to be an animal. You still do, Honey noted. Belle laughed, baring her fangs at Honey in a grin. When I was alone, I'd do things like crawl around with this rabbit in my mouth, like I was hunting. She had to put up with a lot. Belle stroked her toy. I wonder if we would have gone along, Belle pondered. I think so. I liked reading comics too. You could have played around drawing them together. Belle sighed with a smile, cuddling up against Honey. Hearing all of that, Honey's eyes stung. Whenever Belle looked anxious. When she felt pain, whenever Belle looked anxious, Honey felt anxious. When she felt pain, Honey was scared, listening to her describe that miserable childhood. What could she do? Why did she think there was anything she could do? She cursed her own immaturity. No matter how much she wanted it, she couldn't undo that pain. There was an image in her mind of her younger self keeping Belle company in that hospital room. But that couldn't have happened even if she knew her. At that time, in her own life, there was nothing she could be doing for anyone else. I'm sorry. Things were so hard, Honey murmured. I had no idea. I should be the one saying that to you! Belle shook Honey's arm. Me, I mean. Don't say it's nothing or something like that, Belle pouted. Honey rubbed her neck, glancing away from her. Makes me want to go get more cake to feed you, and pat your head, and hug you lots and lots. Which, of course, I was already intending on doing forever. But, well, what can I say? You're important to me. Thank you. You looked a bit surprised when I said you didn't know. I didn't know those things about you. Belle laughed at herself. I can only imagine what that was like for you. As you can guess, that loop doesn't even begin to describe it for me. But, you know, you never make me feel like an idiot for that. She smiled, squeezing her toy rabbit. Of course. I never want you to feel that way, Honey responded, watching her fidget with her doll. There's still plenty of things that are new to me. Hey. I want to know more about you. Belle held her stuffed toy up to Honey, speaking behind it. What are your days like? I can't talk in detail about my work, but my days off are nice, I suppose. What are they like? Oh, excuse me. It varies a lot depending on where I am. I'm out of the house a lot, and I usually spend my free time with the princess. We travel a lot together. Is that nice? I like her company, of course, but it's still mostly talking about work. It's nice to be at the residential palace. There's no connection in or out, so we mostly watch movies. I see. When I'm home, I suppose I just wake up, I have breakfast. Pancakes and coffee, usually. So you still like pancakes? Yes, I do. I practice shooting for most of my morning. I do my shopping and have lunch at a cafe. I clean the house and other chores, and in my evenings I read or paint. I usually take a long bath after dinner. What kind of things do you paint? Usually things like flowers from my garden. Nothing special. I just find the process relaxing. And I like painting a meal. Do you practice shooting every day? Yes, every day I can. It's an obligation as a guard, I suppose. You use the same skills to shoot with a dragoon, too. You're really good at it, right? By official records, I'm one of the best in the duchy in the duchy's history. By some counts, the best. Belle looked somewhat stunned. I don't mean to brag. I take no pride in it. I see. So you don't like fighting? Not at all. No. Is it scary? I'm used to it. Sniping means fighting from an unfair advantage. As a rule, I don't fight unless I'm sure I'll win. Oh, Yanni. Pardon me. I don't fight unless I'm sure I'll win, and I retreat the moment I'm spotted. But, well, my targets die without ever knowing. So there's always the chance of the same happening to me. I'm always cautious of that. Belle didn't reply, gazing into empty space. The answer upset her, but Honey couldn't bear to talk around the issue. The knight who adopted her was a soldier just like her, a kind, honest man. He never once assured her he would come back. Sorry. Belle shook her head. It's okay. I'm the one who asked. Do you want me to get us something to drink? Honey offered, hoping to change the subject. Yes, please. Something sweet, please. No alcohol, Belle chirped. You're so cute. I didn't even know they served things like this, Belle gushed as Honey returned with a pair of milkshakes. Yes, well, I think they're meant for guest children, Honey muttered to herself, sitting down beside Belle and sipping from her glass. It's really good. It's a nice night tonight, isn't it? Belle hummed, looking up at the orange sky and playing with her straw. Well, the weather was set in advance to be nice tonight. You could be so cynical sometimes. Really? I think you do have a sentimental side, though. What makes you say that? Belle swayed side to side, winding herself up for what she was about to say. She's so cute. She's so cute. You're in love, right? Honey stared back at her in confused silence. With the princess, right? In love. With the princess. Honey, trying to nonchalantly sip at her drink to avoid answering, began choking at Belle's statement. Belle giggled. So I was right. Honey coughed and wiped her mouth, staring at Belle with a questioning gaze. Well, I've always had the impression that deep down you're quite the romantic girl, like me. Honey didn't reply, her face burning. Also, I mean, you prefer girls, right? Don't you? Well, I do too, so you can tell those things sometimes. And as for girls who appeal to other girls, she's certainly the image of a dashing prince, you know? Honey said nothing, drinking her milkshake as if nothing happened to avoid having to reply. You two are close, right? I want to hear about it. Belle leaned forward and looked up at Honey with curious eyes. Honey continued drinking in silence for a moment, eventually setting her drink down and giving in with a sigh. There's no point in denying it. I'll tell you about it. But Honey pouted. No teasing. Got it. Belle made an okay sign with each hand. I promise. So, again, you two are close, yeah? Yes, in a way. Honey took a breath to calm herself. As friends. And, well, it's a little hard to describe our former relationship. Oh? Well, officially, I'm her guard, but, well, while I'm deemed fit for the role, there's no real need for it. She can protect herself better than I ever could. So really, I'm a little bit more like... It isn't as formal, but I'm something like her lady-in-waiting. Legally speaking, I'm staff to the crown. Belle nodded along, her tail wagging happily. Her Majesty employs me for secretarial tasks, keeping track of her daughter's schedule, writing letters for her, things like that. These happy scenes feel so rare. Yeah, these scenes with Honey and Belle are like so sweet. They like really warm my heart. They really do a lot for me. They're so lovely and sweet. They make my heart well up. Emile refuses to take any attendance, so sometimes I'll help with her clothes or grooming her tails. She does the same for me, actually. When we travel, we don't take anyone with us. I've never wanted servants either. Belle gave Honey a warm look, tilting her head slightly. What? You look happy when you talk about her. It's nice. Honey pouted without reply. Are you okay with how things are between you that way, though? I mean... Honey shook her head. She allowed me a place by her side, and that's more than I could ever ask for. And I have to be considerate of our roles. I'm barely nobility, really. Is she the type to mind things like that, though? For that matter, are you? That's not like you. Well... I'm not going to let you talk down to yourself, Belle whined. She's so cute! Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't. Belle smiled back at her. It was hard for Honey to tell how playful or serious that was. Emile has never cared about titles. I don't wish to cause trouble for her. Belle frowned. But you don't have to think about her image in private, right? You're allowed into the palace, so... Well, yes. I spend quite a lot of time there. But I think our relationship there is something a little more like family. Belle raised an eyebrow. Family? Yes. It does sound odd, doesn't it? But it's the truth. Her Majesty is something of a guardian to me, and I spent most of my school years living in the palace. Oh, wow! I had no idea! It's not really known to the public. I see. I was old enough to be okay on my own, but I agreed that it would be better to stay with them. I boarded at school with Emile, and when we had time off, we'd live at the palace. We acted like any other noble family would, I suppose. We'd dine and bathe together, ride horses and hunt, all those sorts of things. I see. So, it's kind of like you grew up together? Yes. We learned a lot of things together. Her Majesty taught us about piloting, how to wield a sword. She also taught me painting and cooking, things like that. She cared for me and Emile, and sharing those experiences is something I treasure very deeply. Belle smiled gently. That's so lovely. I didn't know you were so close with Her Majesty, too. We don't see each other outside the palace often, so it's not something we other people know. I look up to her a lot, and I owe her immensely. Let me take a little sip here. She even dresses me, actually. This outfit was a gift from her. Oh, wow! Come to think of it, Belle and Her Majesty are pretty similar people. If the public knew what she was really like. As for Emile, it's far beyond my place to harbor such feelings. But more than that, I couldn't do anything to harm what we have between us. I see. It does sound like you share something very wonderful. Honey held her hands to her chest, exhaling with a small shake in her breath. She had never said any of this aloud. But it was the truth, that she shared something special with Emile. That warmth was the thing she cherished more than anything else in her life. It was the reason she never gave up her title as nobility. I think that's the longest I've gotten to hear you speak, too. Belle beamed at her. I suppose. She's right. That was a lot. For me, at least. Honey sipped at her drink in silence, worn out and embarrassed at having said so much. It felt nice, though, being able to speak openly. Thinking about all the things she said, she realized she had a lot to get off her chest. About her mother, about her life, about Emil. She'd never spoken about her feelings for Emil before. Not with anyone. It had always felt like this world-ending dirty secret, but talking about it with Belle, it felt as simple as schoolgirls talking about a crush. Maybe I am a bit of a romantic. I'll drop another juicy save. I know I said earlier that I was like, oh, I'm gonna, just for a little bit longer. But like, I don't know. I'm like still feeling it. I could go for at least a little while longer. I don't know. I'm feeling it. I'm still feeling it. But probably not too much longer. This is actually probably the longest that I've streamed in a hot minute, now that I think about it. Usually 3 hours is like, ooh, wee, I'm pooped, but this is like, I don't know, I'm liking this. Honey looked out into the expansive dance hall, the night's main event already well underway. Wow, 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 wow! I feel like a princess! Belle laughed. Did you want to join? Honey asked, looking into the crowd. I want to dance with Honey, Belle sung, dancing on her toes and tugging at Honey's sleeve. Alright, alright. Yay! Honey followed Belle by the hand onto the dance floor, passing through the crowd. Surrounding them were swaying pairs of couples, murmurs of personal conversation all around them. Most had changed into dresses and suits for the dance. It was hard not to feel like an outsider stepping in. These gatherings were highly regimented, with most attendees going through a series of outfits with each little event. It all just seemed like a pain to Honey, and her and Belle always skipped it all to wander about outside anyway. Do you know any dances? Honey asked, taking the lead and finding a quiet spot by the wall. Nope! Belle proudly shook her head. Honey raised Belle's hand. Let's do a slow dance. You don't need to do anything special. We hold one hand together like this, and the other on the back. Honey placed a hand on Belle's shoulder, Belle's around the back of Honey's waist. Belle gave a small giggle, looking up at her. Being around Emil and Charlotte, I'm not used to getting to be the tall one, Honey mused. Is it true their furniture is to scale? Belle asked. The couches are maybe a little big. The doorways are high, too. Though, that's everywhere. Everyone hopes that one day royalty will visit. Huh, so that's why. It's easier for centaurs, too. No people only really took it seriously after the Queen's marriage. You know a lot about this kind of stuff, don't you? I hear a lot of conversations, I suppose. Emil's sister Elise talks with me about it sometimes. And Emil does hit her head a lot. Honey sighed. Belle giggled. Honey looked down at Belle's feet. You're doing well. Of course I am. I want to do one of those fun dances someday, where I get lifted up and spun around. I'm gonna explode again. We can work up to that one. Belle giggled. You've practiced a lot, haven't you? Now and then. This is my first time really getting to use any of it. I'm special, Belle grinned. The only practice I got was with my dolls. Do you like dolls? Belle asked. I suppose. I don't really remember what I played with when I was young. I still like them a lot. I'm something of a collector. I like to dress them up, make little dioramas. Belle sighed dreamily. When you think about them as characters, you want to get their hair right, just like how you imagine it. I love the feeling of finding the perfect outfit. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. Belle blushed. Honey shook her head. It's fine. She hadn't really been thinking about Belle's voice before, but there was something a little awkward about it. She spoke with a slight lisp and struggled and slowed down slightly on complex words. She wondered if it was something she only noticed from her own circumstances, but the way pronounced sounds wasn't quite right, instead saying them as at times. She sounded a bit like a child trying to speak with the vocabulary of an adult. When Belle wasn't looking, Honey had been making glances to her side, gauging the distance between the pair and the other attendees. Honey didn't like people hearing her voice. Did she not like for people to hear Belle's too? A pang of guilt gripped her heart. Was she expecting Belle to be mocked by these people if they got close to her? Was that concern? Or was it the same judgment? Those judgments once pushed her into all manner of treatments and therapies for her own voice, to little success. Was all she took away from it the vocabulary to mock the way Belle spoke too? I'd like to see that collection sometime, Honey murmured. Belle's eyes lit up. You would? Honey pulled her a little closer. Belle giggled happily, looking up at her. Honey softly rubbed Belle's shoulder, leaning into her. I can see pieces of my reflection in her, I think. I wonder if she feels the same. She always looks up at me like this. I can tell that she really respects me. Everything I say is important to her. I don't want to be like those cruel people. Belle glanced down at her feet, blushing. I'm glad. I try not to get embarrassed about it. Honey shook her head. I don't think it's embarrassing. It's good to have hobbies. Belle's ears folded back. It's maybe a bit too juvenile for a firstborn, though. Honey gazed down at her murky expression. The firstborn child of the noble family was the heir and future patriarch. Regardless of their gender, there was a certain expectation for a domineering and assertive character, something Belle lacked in spades. Of course, given the nature of her birth, she was never to be their heir anyway, but clearly, it was a source of pain for her. If Honey said she'd never had that expectation of her to begin with, would it be comforting or an insult? You sound happy when you talk about it, Honey murmured slowly. And that's what was important, right? Belle laughed derisively. Honey nodded, flustered. Belle looked to the side. Sorry, I shouldn't talk about myself like that. I was the one saying I don't talk down to yourself. I was wondering if it's alright to ask, where do you feel you sit with things like that? Belle looked past Honey, fidgeting with her hand. Like what? Well, I guess your family, your role, all that. I want to hear about your feelings. I'm sure it must be complicated for you too. I guess. I don't think about it much. I am the head of my family, but... Belle looked up at her, ears folding back a little as she pieced together those words. If Honey was the head, that meant... My father became a knight through his service, so he didn't really have a sense for it all either. People really don't see me as a family head. Maybe I'm lucky for not really having to consider it. Honey bit her lip. She'd barely ever thought of it, let alone tried to vocalize any of it. It wasn't like she made her decisions unconsciously, though. In the noble court, masculine and feminine held their own meanings. While marriage could be between anyone, the delineation of who was the husband and who was the wife was readily understood in a deeply ingrained aspect of courtship. For an heir of nobility, becoming a strong and desirable suitor, making a strategic marriage, and controlling your partner to benefit the family was a necessity. For the children that would be married into other families, they were to be a submissive trophy and sent off like a gift. I know there's certain expectations. I like my hair long, but I don't like wearing dresses like I used to. Or most women's clothing at all, really, Honey murmured. When Her Majesty asked what clothes I'd like, I asked for this. I mean, I know the clothes you wear aren't really. But it's hard to separate them, isn't it? Belle laughed a little. Honey nodded. For Honey, that she was a soldier, that she was strong and decisive in the field, those were all points of praise in her favor. The uniform-like clothing she preferred certainly fit that image. Not that anyone praised her for anything, but she was always conscious of that expectation. That she came across so meek and passive socially was a negative assessment for that role, though it would make her a more desirable bride. How is she meant to make sense of any of it? If I were trying to marry, maybe I would try and be, well, you said about appealing to other women, princely. Honey fretted, but I can't even imagine it. I can't really do anything deliberately. I don't even think of myself very strongly as, well, being a woman. Belle nodded along to Honey's awkward words, looking down at her. It was hard to imagine how she thought of all of this. For those married off, they hardly had the right to protest a marriage for lack of compatibility, let alone sexuality. Belle preferred women, but it didn't mean her family would have her marry one, if she were to marry at all. Honey had wondered in their time together, what did the Queen think? She married a woman, had children with her. Homosexuality was far from taboo in this nation. But still, among the noble classes, only a privileged handful had the right to choose a partner they desired. How did things end up so rigid? Even free from gender-determining role or succession, obligations to the family came to control people's lives, behaviors, and senses of self. The knight that adopted her was a soft-spoken, effeminate man. While he's a prodigal tactician, he could barely stand the sight of blood, and was hardly the perfect image of a soldier. Though praised and granted land and title by the Queen, he was the subject of quiet mockery among his newfound peers. Honey sometimes overheard him joke about never being able to get married, and ultimately, he never did. She was too young to ever wonder at the time. But how did she feel thrust into this life of nobility? Just like him, she was an outlier from the common world. It wasn't really expected she would ever marry at all, really. The name Rose of Marine was to die with her. So where did that leave her? She'd never be a groom or a bride, and she was neither parent or child. But rather than a freedom of choice, it felt like trying to pick between losing options. I think I don't really know what I am, or where I fit in all this. She murmured, wondering if Belle could even hear her at all at this point. Belle squeezed her hand, leaning closer to her. It's okay. I don't really know very well myself. I was just wondering if we had similar feelings, you know? Belle chirped. Honey rubbed Belle's shoulder. Belle smiled up at her. It's hard to put into words, but I don't know if I could ever dance like this with anyone else. I don't think I'd let anyone else feed me cakes or play with my tail either, Honey sighed. That cute little face of yours when you eat gives me the energy to live for 100 years. Belle sung. Honey pulled Belle closer, leaning over her to hide her expression. I'm glad you find it so amusing. Really, Belle. I love spending time with you. I don't have to think about any of these complicated things. Belle cooed. We can dance and not have to think about our names or our responsibilities. That's very important to me. So how am I doing? Think I've gotten the hang of this whole dancing thing? Belle asked, lifting Honey's hand and attempting a small flourish. You're a natural. You flatter me, my dear, Belle drawled. Honey raised Belle's hand, slowly spinning her around. I always wanted to do this. I'm glad you're having fun. You too, Belle giggled. Do I look that way? Honey asked. Of course you do. If you say so. Honey leaned forward into the mirror, running a mascara wand over her eyelashes. She preferred her own makeup, but didn't like carrying a bag either. Naturally, the powder rooms and noble manners came well equipped with supplies for their prestigious guests. Honey sighed to her reflection. For all that inner conflict, I'm still putting on makeup. As if that's simple. As if it's that simple. When we met, you didn't know I was the head of my family, did you? Honey turned to Belle, fiddling beside her with a tube of lip gloss. No, actually, naturally, I think you're even cooler now. I mean, that must be really hard, though, too. Do we say cool here? Honey asked. They say it in cartoons. Some people say it's not very proper, though. I like those improper words. Right. Don't ask why I'm thinking about this now, but do you ever wonder about things like apple juice and milk? Belle pondered idly. I'm not sure I understand the question, Honey asked, looking at her through the mirror. Like, milk is nice, apple juice is nice. At least, I think they're nice, but you can't mix them together. There's plenty of sweet milk and plenty of fruit-flavored milk. Belle fidgeted with her hands, as if trying to squeeze the two concepts together. It's like, I don't know, I just think about these things. I wonder why nice things aren't always additive. Why strawberry milk and not apple? Belle picked up a tube of mascara. To begin with, strawberry milk doesn't have any real strawberries in it, Honey muttered. Really? Huh, the more you— Ow! Belle flinched, poking herself in the eye as she tried to mimic Honey. Are you okay? Honey extended her hand. Do you want me to do it for you? You would? Of course. Here, close your eyes. Honey took a cotton swab and leant towards Belle. Did I smudge it? Thank you. My hands are still shaking a little. Honey frowned. You should have told me. You really do fuss over me. I mean it. I know. I'm sorry. Belle pouted. Honey shook her head. No. Sorry. You don't need to apologize. There. All done. Honey lifted her hand. That was fast, Belle said, blinking in surprise. I'm told I'm good with my hands. Super good. Close your eyes again. Honey lifted a wand-shaped device plugged into the wall. This part always feels weird, Belle laughed. Modern duchy makeup used a complex chemical reaction with these flash devices to set, making it almost impossible to remove or smear, though only temporarily. Honey aimed the device at Belle's expectant face. Wah! Belle cutely squealed as Honey blasted her with ionizing radiation. I love just like this block of text. Now let me do you, if you're done. Belle snatched the device from Honey's hand. I'm done. Belle pressed the trigger with glee, a hot flash hitting Honey's face. Wow, you didn't even flinch! Wish a girl would blast ionizing radiation at me. So true, me as well. Girls, if you want to blast radiation at me, like, I don't know, hit me up. Let's get those Geiger counters clicking, baby! It's just a little heat. It kind of scares me, to be honest. It's harmless, really. I know, human evolution in space and all that, but it's like if someone asked you to drink poison and then the antidote. It's the other way around. Like vaccination, Honey corrected. Still, even if you were vaccinated, are you going to drink from a beaker labeled Pico virus? What? It's the principle of it! Does it really bother you that much? Not really, no. Belle hummed placidly. Shall we be going? But first, I need a tinkle. Belle blushed. Honey nodded, trying to hide her expression. I'll wait outside. You say tinkle. As Honey exited, she walked right into an unfortunately familiar face. Having fun with your new friend, the long-haired normal woman from earlier smiled. Honey glanced at her for a moment, then fixed her gaze on the window beside her. The woman tilted her head, smiling in response and stepping closer. It took me a second, but I finally figured out who she is. Honestly, even you can do better than that. She's maybe the only person here more pitiful than yourself, and that's saying something. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you this, but everybody knows that girl is a dirty little slut. Just like her mother was. Honey drew a quick breath, turning to face her. You piece of shit. So that did get a rise out of you, the woman giggled, hiding her mouth with her hand. I'm not just saying that, though. Even you hear what people are saying sometimes, right? It's no wonder she barely shows her face. Honey glared at her without saying a word. Responding at all was just playing along with her. The woman gave her a disgustingly satisfied, thin smile. Anyway, I have to meet with my husband, since I have one. So, I'll say ta-ta. She stepped past Honey, twirling her hand in goodbye. Honey leaned against the wall, her hand clenched and tugging at her cravat. She wanted to say something, do something. She wanted to make her apologize for saying those disgusting things. She could do it. Honey was an agent for the palace. Digging up that woman's dirty laundry was as easy as checking her name against a few lists. There are any number of ways to hurt somebody like that. Violent images came to mind of the things she could do to her. Honey sighed, rubbing her eyes. It was all pointless. All too conditional and well beyond her authority, if not her ability. The powers granted to her by the palace couldn't be used for something as trivial as a spat in a hallway, and certainly not for some petty personal grudge. More than that, she didn't want Belle to walk out and have to deal with her too. Getting her out of sight as quickly as possible was the best outcome. All done! Belle smiled, appearing before Honey. Honey nodded, extending her hand. Honey reached out for a moment, and then withdrew. Belle stuttered, confused. Is something wrong? Belle paused for a moment, brows furrowed and fumbling for a sentence. I'll be just a second. Honey followed Belle back into the bathroom. Honey was hunched over the sink, scrubbing her hands beneath the faucet. Are you alright? Yes, I just felt... I didn't want my hands to be dirty and touching yours. I mean, I did watch them already, but... Belle laughed. Sorry, this is all very silly. Honey shook her head. If it helps, I wasn't thinking of that at all. I know. Belle lingered for a moment, then withdrew her hands from the sink. Alright, I'm done. It's all empty up here now. Belle stepped out onto the balcony, taking a deep breath. What a lovely view. It's nice getting to be up here alone. Honey hung back a little, nodding along. Belle ambled over to the railing, taking a brief peek over before stepping back again. Well, looking down, I'm a bit afraid of heights, aren't I? Honey moved closer and put a hand on her shoulder. It's alright. Now I'm nice and safe. Honey placed her hand on Belle's. Make sure you don't drop your rabbit. I won't. Belle leant backwards against Honey and let out a tired sigh. How are you feeling? Honey asked. I was a little freaked out back there, huh? Sorry. It's alright. Sorry, I should say uncomposed, like a proper lady. Belle laughed. I think that dance hall was a bit too much. I understand. I'm sorry. It's okay. I was the one that wanted to go. I don't get scared when it's just us, but moving around a lot, if I faint in front of all those people... Honey curled her arms around Belle, resting her chin on her head. I wouldn't let anything happen. You'd have Princess carried me on to safety then? Belle teased. I suppose I would have to. Belle let out a small giggle before sighing and resting her head on Honey's arm. Thank you. Did you know that the actual definition of agoraphobia is to be scared of a situation you can't escape from? Belle murmured. Honey gave a small nod. I do. You understand what I want to say, then? Honey squeezed her hand. You're so sweet and caring. I wish I could kill anyone who was mean to you. Belle, Honey sighed. I'm kidding. At least half kidding. It was Belle's turn to sigh as she pulled Honey's arms tighter around her like a blanket. This will probably sound really strange coming out of nowhere, but I've kind of always wished I could say something like, even though I look like this, I'm really a boy. There was a comic I liked when I was young that was like that. The princess character was standing on the balcony like this, and he says that to his lover. And he says something back like, it doesn't matter who you are, what I fell in love with was you. It's been stuck in my head ever since. I've been thinking about what we talked earlier. It's hard to gather my thoughts on it. Do you want to be a boy? Honey asked. That's a really complicated question to just ask someone, Belle laughed. Sorry. I don't know, honestly. I think sometimes maybe it'd be easier or I'd be liked more. But it's not that simple. Not for anyone. I like being called a girl, but I hate being called a woman. If I had to ask myself what I most want to be, my answer is probably just puppy. Belle laughed. I love her. I love her so much. She's so puppy doggy. She's so sweet puppy doggy. I want things to be simple that way. I think sometimes being a human is too complicated for me. Dogs can cheer people up just by being with them. I always like the term companion animal. All a dog needs is tummy rubs, treats, and walks. But wolves can't be domesticated, can they? Belle giggled to herself. Is that why you're so intent on biting me? I can say a thing as strange as that and you don't even bat an eye. I think I'm used to it. And, well, I don't think there's anything wrong with those feelings. I think friendship means being seen how you want to be seen. I'm not going to make fun of that. So I really am a puppy to you? Belle's eyes gleamed. Don't get carried away. Belle laughed, nuzzling against Honey. Really though, it's like I said, things don't feel so complicated with you. I was scared, but I could still have fun dancing. That's why you're my favorite. Honey rubbed her arm. I hope you can feel a little better now. Do I need to reiterate on the healing properties of honey energy? Honey sighed, giving Belle a squeeze. Hey, what's it like being able to fly? Belle asked, gazing upwards. Well, not the fighting part, I mean, just flying. I guess I never really get to appreciate it much. It's hard on your body. Does it hurt? I don't really know much about it. It's like experiencing a different kind of pain. I don't know if I could describe it. Your thoughts move too quickly. It takes a long time to be able to rest afterwards. That sounds scary. It is. I see. What's being in space like? Belle asked. It's peaceful. The war aside, it's very quiet. Isn't it hard to get used to? I think for me it came fairly naturally. Is it true Dragoon pilots have to go in their suits? It's true, isn't it? I'll cherish this image forever, Belle drooled. She's a little pea girl. Belle's a little pea girl. Little puppy pee-pee girl. Please don't. It's too late. I can't control my imagination. Honey let out a sigh and squeezed her arms around her, Belle laughing and burying her face in Honey's sleeve. Official P girl Belle. P poster girl. P poster girl Belle. I love that they're like multiple P girls in this. I think it kind of rules. I think everything should have multiple P girls in it. Like, that's my opinion. You gotta, like, you're making something, you gotta fill out your P girl quota. Continuing their exploration of the now empty upper floors, Honey watched Belle prance around the empty games room, eyes glittering at each attraction. It seemed like her antics on the balcony had cheered her up, which Honey wasn't exactly sure if she could nod and say she was glad for. It works. The evolution of the E-girl, the P-girl. Yes! Yes! This one's... Yes! We need more P-girls. Actually, I guess there's like... there is some P-girl-isms in the thing that I'm currently working on. As well as like the thing that's gonna come after that. So, I mean, you know, I'm sticking true to my word. I'm putting the P girls in. This one's for all the P girls out there. But it was nice to see her in high spirits. We've got the whole place to ourselves. Belle twirled around, admiring the games room. Ooh. I wonder how effective of an anti-air that would be. I feel like there's like there's too much upper body hitbox, and I don't like it doesn't extend like a ton. I feel like it might be a decent whiff punish. Trying to think about the feasibility of Belle super duper ear headbutt. It's like, yeah, as an anti-air, it's not too great. Like it has nothing on any of Guilty Gear 6Ps. Anyways, enough of that bit. You'll play with me, right? Of course, Honey exhaled. Yay! Have you ever played darts? Honey asked, eyeing the available games. Hello, Far From Tars. Welcome in. Welcome. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for joining along funny doggy girl adventure. Oh my god, I've been going for 4.5 hours. I thought I was gonna end this at 3, but it's gonna be soonish. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see. Anyways, I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Nope. It might be a little hard. It's okay, Belle smiled. I don't try things because I want to be good at them. Honey tilted her head a little, glancing at her fanged teeth. You can be really cool sometimes, you know. Show me how it's done, Belle smiled, gesturing to Honey. Doggy Girl Adventures. I love Doggy Girl. I love Doggy Girl. I love Meryl so much. I love her. I love Belle and Honey. Like, Coquette has like such a likable cast. I love so many characters in Coquette. Honey took a tin of darts from the table, then stood behind the line marked on the floor. Come to think of it, she wasn't really familiar with the scoring rules, but Belle wasn't interested in playing an actual game of it anyway. Honey tossed her hand forward, losing the dart and landing it dead center on the board. Wow! Belle cheered. It feels a little like I'm cheating, Honey sighed. It was nothing compared to shooting, or throwing a knife. You can do it again, can't you? Like, you know, that pretty cartoon fox splitting the arrow. I don't know if I saw that one. Honey raised her hand, sending another dart into the bullseye. I like how Belle describes like furry Robin Hood as pretty. I feel like it's a very choice word. Belle clapped and giggled. Stand further back and do it. Honey stepped back a little, and then turned, pacing to the other side of the room. All the way from there? Belle gasped. Honey raised her hand, feeling out the distance. Why did she come this far back? She thrust forward, launching the dart across the room. With a heavy thwack, the dart was lodged beside the other two at the center of the board. Wow! Belle laughed, eyebrows raised. Honey turned her head, her face flushed. You wanted to show off to me, didn't you? Belle giggled, walking back to the board with Honey. Let me try. Hold her for me, would you? Belle held out her stuffed rabbit for Honey, slipping her cloak off. Belle skipped over to the dartboard, pulling out Honey's darts. Standing at the line, she raised her arm and lowered it again with a confused expression. Here. Honey stepped forward and placed her hand against Belle's. It's hard to explain, but put your fingers like this. Like this? And then Honey pulled Belle's hand back a bit. Pull back a little bit, and then push your hand forward, keeping it straight. I'll give it a try. Belle pulled back cautiously, her ruby eyes fixed on the dartboard. With a flick of her hand, the dart tumbled through the air a short distance and landed on the floor. Belle paused a moment before laughing at herself. Belle offered her another dart. It's okay. You can try again. You're right that it's hard. It's a difficult game. Don't stress. You say after showing me all that? Belle eyed her slyly. Sorry. I mean, it's like I said. I just want to see how things feel. Belle smiled, picking up her darts. I've never played a sport in my life. Darts is a sport, right? Honey nodded. I like getting to do these things with you. Excuse me. Honey stepped forward, halfway between the line and the dartboard. Here, try standing a bit closer. You haven't given up on me? I think. I want you to feel what it's like to hit it. You can do it. Honey murmured in her best attempt at a cheer. So cute! Belle squealed. I'm powered up now! Try moving your arm slowly. Pretend you're throwing it, and get a feel for keeping the dart straight as your arm moves. Belle motioned with her arm. Like this? Now, just try and do that more quickly. It doesn't need to be a very hard throw. Belle tossed the dart forward, and with a soft thud, it landed on the dartboard. I did it! Belle gasped. Good work. Now, try standing further back, just a little. Belle followed Honey's instruction, taking a few steps back and raising her second dart. She threw her arm forward like Honey taught her, and the dart flew into the board. I really did it! Or just 2 flukes in a row. It wasn't a fluke. Try standing on the line. Belle nodded, bouncing over to the line beside Honey. With a confident smile, she let loose her last dart. Yippee! I did it! Belle jumped up and down. I did it! I did it! Honey held out Belle's stuffed rabbit. You did it. Belle clutched the rabbit to her chest, prancing side to side. Praise me! Praise me! Honey raised her hand, Belle nuzzling the side of her head into it with a giggle. You did well. Honey stroked her head. You showed me how. It was nothing. I mean, I'd be embarrassed trying on my own to begin with. Glad I could be there, then. So humble. Belle grinned up at her, bouncing on her toes like a pet trying to lick Honey's face while Honey scratched behind her ears. Honey sighed to herself, rubbing Belle's head. At this point, she couldn't keep saying... Bleh, excuse me. At this point, she couldn't keep saying she was merely resigned to going along with her. Playing with her was fun. Showing off a little to her was fun. Encouraging her was fun. She wished she could praise Belle in a sweet voice. There were all kinds of things she wanted to tell her. She had always heard it said about her, that she couldn't emote properly, that her voice was grating, that her presence was unnerving. I can never tell what that woman is really thinking. For Belle, it always seemed like she knew what Honey was thinking and the things she wanted to say. Honey wished she could sound sweet to her, but Belle took everything she said as sweet to begin with. She was scared of touching others, but if she extended her hand, Belle would take it like it was natural. What she couldn't say in words came so easily through scratching behind her ears. Belle was always smiling up at her, delighting in Honey's attention and praise. Honey couldn't smile back at her or offer words in a pleasant voice, but the way Belle looked at her, it was as if she could tell when Honey wanted to smile, even if she couldn't. Ch.2 took a drag from her cigarette. Yes, the pink cigarette! Yeah! Ch.2 took a drag from her cigarette, examining a colorful machine. How exactly are you meant to play virtual darts? Those games are like for dads, I think. Ayane shrugged. Right. Eyeing the machine for a little longer, Ch.2 turned back to see Ayane had already continued on without her. Yeet! Ch.2 quickly scurried behind her, looking around anxiously. Watching Ayane nursing a case of beer under her arm and smoking with the other, it was hard not to feel like an accomplice to something. Looking back at Ch.2's hunched shoulders, Ayane laughed. We can drink here, don't worry. Pilots get free run of the place. Should we really be here in uniform to begin with? If you want to be hit on by guys twice your age, feel free to take it off. Ch.2 grimaced. Right, yeah. Not much else to run into this late, huh? Ayane raised a fist. I'll keep you safe, though. Thanks. Unless that's your thing, of course. Who among us has never sucked a dad? Ayane sighed. I'm more of a mom person. Ch.2 laughed to herself. Uh-huh. I figured as much. Ayane flopped into a stiff-looking couch. What's that supposed to mean? Ch.2 sat down on the stiff-feeling couch. Nothing. And for the record, I've never sucked a dad. Right. You've never had beer before, have you? Ayane asked, raising a bottle. I hear it's kind of an acquired taste. Ch.2 hung her shoulders. You either like it or you don't. Here. Ayane popped off the lid, passing the bottle to her. Gio glanced away as she took it from her hand, a cold feeling gnawing at her back. If she hadn't just seen her take the lid off. Ugh, just forget it. Gio leaned forward, quickly raising the bottle to her lips. The taste was fairly mild, unlike the sour premixed drink she was used to. It wasn't quite good or bad, but it was easy to drink. Gravity is required for carbonation, so she never had anything close to it until recently. It was much less exciting to try for the first time than she'd hoped, though. I like it, I think. Gio examined the bottle. Atta girl. Ayane raised her bottle in a mock toast. I sort of had a feeling you have a pretty mature palate, despite appearances. I guess. Things that are too sweet make me feel sick. I love everything that's bad for me, Ayane boasted. Is it okay to drink before I fly? Why, you're worried Susie's gonna give you a breathalyzer test? Ayane laughed. No, I just, neural connection is some pretty heavy stuff, so I don't know what it's sensitive to. Well, if drinking did anything to mess it up, I'd be your canary in the coal mine. Right. What's a canary? So, what do you want to play first? Or just chill here? I could get some popcorn. Gio pondered, taking another sip. You think if I yell at the team behind the counter, you'll bring out food for us? Don't do that, Gio laughed. Ayane leapt to her feet, making her decision. Come on, let's play some air hockey. You'll have to teach me how, Gio trailed behind her. How do you not... right, duh, of course. Ayane swiped a debit card through the machine. Yeah. Oh, check this shit out then. Put your hand on it. Ayane leaned over the table. Oh, that feels weird. Gio ran her hand across the table surface. Air hockey really is made of air. Anyway, there's no rules. Just smack this with this into this. Ayane slid a hat-shaped thing Gio couldn't recognize across the table to her. Right, yeah. Pretty self-explanatory, Gio murmured, mimicking Ayane's grip on the strangely shaped thing. You serve. Ayane gestured to Gio's paddle. Huh? No tennis either. Right. Ayane sighed. You go first. Right! Gio smacked the puck forward, and Ayane deflected it easily back to Gio. Which Gio deflected easily, and back to Ayane, who... This game is pretty cyclical. Do you play tennis? Gio asked. I did in high school, but only because my parents made me. Is it fun? I've never seen it played. It can be. I'm not really the sporty type. Did feel good when I won, though. That wasn't very often. What about you? Any cool zero-G sports? Not really. I'm not really the type either. Ah, we picked the wrong place to sign up. Everyone here is fucking obsessed with it. I saw there's an arena, Gio noted. Court, Ayane corrected her. But arena does sound a lot cooler. We've got basketball, football, baseball, all the good balls. All the other squads are on the basis teams. It's kind of just a big shitty clique, to be honest. So stay away then. Absolutely. I mean, the after parties are okay if you want straight girls to tongue fuck your mouth to impress their soon-to-be dead army boyfriends. Right. Now that you're distracted, Ayane hit the puck with all their strength. Now that she was distracted, Gio moved her hand a few inches and deflected the puck. Oh, just fuck me raw. I fucking love Ayane so much. Sorry. How are you so good at this? Is this good? Guess I've been told I have pretty good reflexes. Do you come here often? Gio asked, looking around the neon light fixtures. Yeah, often enough. I kind of pictured you into more, cooler shit? That's one way of putting it. Gio laughed awkwardly. I mean, yeah, but I don't know. This place is good for my many syndromes.
like this scene for Ayane is just banger after banger. Drinking alone and playing a machine until 3 in the morning isn't exactly the best look. But whatever. It passes the time. Ayane leaned forward, smacking the puck as hard as she could, only for it to miss the goal anyway. Just me. He says, air hockey kinda suck ass. It's relaxing, I guess, Gio offered. I give up. Let's play something better. You still have credits. Who cares? Ayane tossed her paddle into the table. You know, most arcades use a membership model, or you just pay for a few hours of unlimited games. Ayane turned back to Gio and raised her finger. Except for here. Gio set down her paddle, following beside her. Everyone agrees arcades that still use credits are a fucking rip. So why is that? Gio gave her an unsure look in return, taking a drag from her cigarette. Because pilots don't care at all about how they spend their money, how much of it, what on, when, or where. Places like this, they're all owned by ex-military. And they don't cater to soldiers out of some sense of camaraderie. I'm sure you've already picked up on a lot of it. The inside perspective on just how easy it is to squeeze money out of us is maybe the only valuable thing you'll come away with at the end of your service. Figuring out how much to cash in on this whole Ryan system is a whole lot more important than any of Susie's annoying lessons. Bless her, sweetheart. One big money printing machine for the rest of my life. Is that too much to ask for? She whined, raising her cigarette. Gio awkwardly nodded along, sipping at her drink. This topic kind of just left her feeling numb. How was she meant to think about her future at all right now? Animal shape! Gio followed Ayane up to the rows of game machines, bombarded by the dizzying array of lit-up attract screens. This might be BB. I know this is Farfin. Hold on. I don't know if we can even see my mouse. No, you can't. I think Gridwalker is Farfin. Oh, what is this? The end is Nye. Might be BB Wolfclaw. I know there is like animal shape requirement. That's the one. I know there are like spare parts cabinets like on the left, like 3 cabinets in. There's one. The others I don't recognize off the top of my head. I think the end is Nye. It's done by BB Wolfclaw. That's just a guess. A game guess. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Wait, sorry. I have to pause for a second. I need to talk about when I went to a friend's Halloween party. So we watched. So we were all getting silly. We were all having like sangrias and getting a little drunk on Halloween night. And we end up like sitting down and like trying to watch the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. But the way we were watching it was completely fucked. So we had one window for Five Nights at Freddy's, one window for slime testing videos, and one window for B-movie ASMR. And I think it was probably the worst experience I've ever had watching a feature film. They were they're like videos that like rate different types of slime. They're like they'll like rate the consistency and how they feel and whatnot, and so you just have like these slopping noises happening while Freddy Fazbear is on screen. But again, we were all very, very drunk. we were inebriated, and then Matt Pat's in the movie. He makes a cameo as like a waiter, and he says like some stupid shit. I don't even remember what it was, but he says that's just a theory, and I got so mad. I got so like incredibly mad about it, and then we just could not focus on Five Nights at Freddy's at all. and we ended up like getting like really distracted and like talking about other things, and then watching the entirety of the Five Nights at Freddy's movie did not happen. So I have half of a drunken watch of Five Nights at Freddy's the movie under my belt. But I can't stop thinking about Matt Pat showing up on screen and saying that sequence of words. It made me want to throw an object really hard. Ugh. There weren't many patrons here at this hour. A few tired-looking people fixated on their particular game. A pair of guys in lilac uniforms gave a glance to her and Ayane with little interest and quickly returned to their own screen. Gio wondered if Ayane had told them off before or something, or if he really did just stick that closely to their groups. Ashtrays lined the surfaces of the machines, a haze of cigarette smoke hanging near. I can't believe they put Mappa in there. I only watched 5% of it. Low quality upload on YouTube, Discord, not YouTube. So late. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Also, apparently, in like the intro sequence, or with like the previous guard of the pizzeria, Markiplier was supposed to be there as the security guard that gets totally minced. But he was like, of course, right now he's like busy with Iron Lung, so they couldn't like. They couldn't get him for that. Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier. We're about to get put into the machine. She'd heard that people smoked pretty much everywhere on ships like this, which was proving very much true. Ah! Ah! Ready! Ready! Happy Fat Cock Friday! Holy shit, hello! Thank you so much for raiding! But happy... What for you streaming? What for you streaming? Welcome in, everybody. I'm playing a funny P-girl game. Watch this, because I'm gonna play it. Oh my god. Oh, Ghost Trick. I really want to play Ghost Trick at some point. I want to put it into my veins in my blood and I want to eat it. Oh my gosh, yes. This game is so good. I am so excited for you. I'm so excited for you. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Bye. Thank you for dropping by. Have fun pooping. Think of us. Oh my gosh. Anyway, sorry. Excuse me. I'm going to be normal now, I swear. Back home, smoking was mostly considered a stereotype for dock workers. Jill fiddled with a cigarette in her mouth. She'd started smoking significantly more since she came here. Maybe Ayane's influence was rubbing off on her. Or it was like Ayane's relationship to these games and drinking. She'd already finished a bottle herself. Beer definitely got worse the longer Gio let it sit. The last few warm dregs were difficult to get through. That reminds me. Sorry, I'm like Tangent Andy right now. I've only had like one like beer before. It was a Guinness at a party, and like it was one of those things where I'd take a sip and I was like, this sucks. And I would just like keep going, and like I would make a weird face, say like, ugh. And then I'd just take another sip. Like it sucked, but it was like drinkable, I guess. Like yeah. Like I don't know if all beer is like that. I've only had like the one. I do want to try more beer to expand my beer palate. But we'll get there eventually. I'm more into I like ciders, IPAs. Trying to think what like like all the red wines I've had so far I've really liked. I think the only ones I've like really hated are like stouts. Stouts are like way too bitter for me. I like had like this coffee stout one. It was the most bitter thing I've ever had in my whole life. Trying to think of what else. I don't think I've had too much else that like utterly repulsed me. Whiskey's funny. Having my first fireball is like, oh, I get it. Oh, I feel like I'm on fire right now. I feel like I will breathe a fireball. Like, it makes sense to me now. I get the branding. Okay, stop it. Tangent Andy needs to stop, and she needs to keep reading. You sure you don't want to play something? Ayane asked, looking back from the cabinet. I like watching. Gio smiled, shaking her head. Suit yourself. You do have a front row seat to the girl with high scores on half of these machines, so consider yourself lucky for that. Yeah, Gio murmured to herself. All I'm doing is following her around. I've definitely had this before. I can't get in a whole nother tangent. Like 3 in a row, but like I've been here. Dying of anticipation to go to Wibbleburger. Oh my god, yes. I don't know if we're gonna get to Wibbleburger tonight. I think Wibbleburger will probably have to wait till next stream. But Wibbleburger will happen at some point in the future, even if it is not on this eve. Don't I like games? But I don't have anything to say. Do I even know how to hold a conversation in the real world? Reaching for the ashtray beside her, Gio flinched, pressing her legs together. Right, this is why I don't drink. Gio pressed out her cigarette, turning to Ayane. Is there a bathroom around here? That away. Ayane pointed to the other side of the room. Be back in a sec. Want me to come with? Huh? No, it's fine. I forgot that's what normal girls do. Gio raised her skirt and sat down on the toilet with a frustrated sigh. Looking down her underwear, there was a wet patch. Why do I have this fucking problem? It was humiliating being caught off guard like this. This was a problem that came and went, but it wasn't easy to predict. It wasn't bad enough that it would show through her clothes, probably. And she was wearing a skirt anyway, but still. Would Ayane make fun of her if it was worse? Gio sighed, leaning on her elbows. What now? She didn't want to go home or give a real or fake explanation to Ayane why. For now, sitting here felt better than being out there, though. She folded a piece of toilet paper, dabbing at the wet spot. This is so stupid. Stupid. She didn't even really have to go, but her body didn't send the right signals anymore, and it kept getting worse the older she got. She rubbed her stinging eyes into her sleeve, trying to hold herself back from crying. She cried away too easily. The thought of going back out to Ayane with puffed up eyes and a red face was way too humiliating. Life was meant to be easier here. So why did it still feel so bad? Of course all her problems with herself and her body had come along with her when she arrived. That was obvious. She looked up at the dimly lit stall around her. It was still pretty new to her, getting to use a regular bathroom. Around her were marker scrawls and other stupid shit teenagers left behind. Slurs, insults, bad jokes, scribbled out phone numbers. What kind of psychopath just carries a marker around for something like that? By all accounts, this place was pretty dingy. She probably should have put toilet paper down the seat or whatever. She'd heard that people sometimes did that around here. Still, it was nothing like the misery of bathrooms back home. She could forgive pretty much every part of life in 0G, except for that. There was no easy solution to it without gravity. A seal against the body was required to prevent anything from getting into the air, a vacuum system to draw waste away from the body and into sewage, and extensive air filtering for good measure. Touching a toilet seat was significantly less disgusting to think about than any of those devices. It was unhygienic, uncomfortable, and humiliating. At the least, stalls were single occupancy and ungendered, but it still stung having to use the receptacle labeled male to urinate into. She couldn't even wash her hands comfortably.
A small sealed chamber sprayed the user's hands with high-pressure water and disinfectant strong enough to burn her skin. A bidet-like system did the same. She compulsively showered afterwards most times anyway. Maybe it was just a particular sensitivity she had, she wondered. She had to use bathrooms a lot more than the average person to begin with. No matter what it is, my luck is just rotten. Shio ruffled her hair, scratching her head. She was glad to be away from all of that, but did it really feel much better to be here? Why am I thinking about all this now? Because my body is messed up? Because my life is? How am I meant to just walk back out there? People from the fringes are the lowest of the low. I know that. To these people, I'm just human filth. We live in filthy conditions, do filthy jobs, and die for nothing. Oh, Pamitha, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Live in filthy conditions, do filthy jobs, and die for nothing. All the blood spilled from my body was just to grease the wheels of a better place like this. I don't know what Ayane is thinking, but even if it hasn't crossed her mind at all, isn't that ignorance still pretty insulting? I don't know what to think about any of this. Because I wear this uniform, I can be accepted here, but I know I'm not forgiven. I hate these people. I really do. They never had to spend even a single second living the way I had to. And still, I'm offering them my life. What am I thinking? If I had too much to drink? No, I know why I'm thinking all this. Because I can never just ignore anything. And all these little things, they add up together. I don't know exactly what effect it had on my body, or what I can really attribute to living that way, but I know it wasn't good for me. I mean, I certainly know what I can attribute to my injuries. I spent my life living like shit, but I can't ignore how much it costs. I hated those bathrooms back home, but those were expensive bits of infrastructure. It all was. Life on those frigates was miserable, but it was so much more expensive than here. All those moving parts, complex ventilation systems, and filters. Keeping even a single person alive in zero gravity requires the work of hundreds. This place is cheap. This dirty bathroom is cheap. My room is cheap. My bed is cheap. But because it's here, it's all luxury. And everything is so simple and easy. When I enlisted, they told me, people like you are really valuable to the military. You don't need to be trained at all for your 0G. Isn't that just giving the whole game away? If I know that much, why am I even here? Am I going to throw my life away, knowing all the while what a bad deal I got? But I didn't have a choice. I had to get out of there, no matter what. Gio took a long breath, staring up at the ceiling and trying to collect herself. No matter how much she dwelled on it, it was all pointless now. She'd already made her decision. She looked down at her underwear. It was pretty much dry already, but it'd be nicer if she could go home and change. What excuse could she make to Ayane for leaving? Maybe I could say I need a tampon or something. I can't even joke about that. I need to get back out there. She's probably wondering where I am at this point. Hey girl! Ayane waved, looking up from her game. Hi. Ayane eyed her for a moment. Shio figured out how long she took hadn't quite gone past her, but thankfully she declined to comment on it. Of course, Ayane had taken her out here to begin with because she knew Gio wasn't doing so well. What do you want to play? Ayane asked cheerfully. I don't really know many arcade games. I recognize a few as having home console releases though, but I don't really play those kinds of games anyway. I'll pick then. Ayane stopped at a shooting game, lifting the colorful plastic gun. I like these ones. I know that's super messed up. Ayane stuck a coin in the slot, raising the gun.
I was never good at this. I was never any good at these before, is the thing. But after I flew, suddenly it's like I'm an expert. Ayane held the gun out loosely, snapping from one target to the next without effort. I didn't know how to drive before, but compared to a Dragoon, might as well have been as easy as pushing a shopping trolley. There's all sorts of weird things I'm good at now. I mean, you'll get firsthand tomorrow, but people get that it's easy for us to fly, but it's not like it's fake, or it all disappears once you're disconnected. It feels weird, but I like being good at things. You can join player 2, you know. Ayane waggled the gun at Gio. I'm okay, I think. More prize tickets for me. And hey, have another drink. I bought them for the both of us. Yeah. Gio took another bottle. I don't know if alcohol is good for me. I don't really feel any better. I either need to stop, or maybe just drink way more. I'm really out of my depth here. Ayane is so out of my league. I know how pathetic it is to think like that. But really, all I can see in her are the things I don't have. I'm a total outsider. It's not just because I'm from the fringes. Honestly, that's the furthest thing from the problem here. She's so normal. I'm just some fucking loser. I've never been to a party in my life or any of the things she talks about. She can have fun here. I'm standing here scared. I'm about to burst into tears in front of her. She invited me out here. I'm just being a bitter weirdo. Am I a psycho who you can't even be nice to? Or I can't even really tell if she's nice. I can never tell how I feel about someone. If a friend of me mistreats me, I just think they're probably right to do it, since I don't have any value anyway. But then, every time things end with someone, I think, how did I put up with all of that? Right now, I can't really tell. Is it friction? Are my toes being stepped on? Is that just how she communicates? Am I just being shy? Gio watched Ayane raise the gun to the next target. I can't think straight about me and her. I like her. I barely know her. I feel worthless next to her. I never thought I'd feel so ugly standing next to someone. I can't help but feel that. But is any of that shit even important at all? Is now really the time to worry about my fucking self-esteem? I'm going to war. We both are. Her life is going to be in my hands. And mine and hers. I might have to watch her die. She might have to watch me die. I don't think I'm ready for all this. I feel sick. Gio sunk to the floor, sitting against the cabinet behind her. Hmm? Ayane looked back at her. Gio looked up at her, embarrassed. She didn't think she'd notice her moving. Sorry. What's up? I'm okay. It's just sort of hard to stand up. If you're having trouble with gravity, you can just say so. You can grab chairs over by the wall. Yeah. Ayane looked at her for a moment, setting the gun down on the cabinet. You really are nervous, aren't you? It's hard not to feel like you're on death row, huh? Yeah. I joke about those stupid jocks on the base, but those people are fucking evil. Pretty much everyone here around here is. Huh? I was going to say hey, not me though. That'd sound pretty bad. She just snorted a little. Look, I know. Where your head is right now, there's no magic bullet thing anyone can say that can make things better. Especially from someone you just met. Ayane slid beside Gio, sitting cross-legged. The night before my test flight, I woke up and puked all over my mattress. TMI. Sorry. But Ayane trailed off. Where am I even going with this? I think I get what you're saying. Gio laughed. Well, that's good, since I don't. I'll be okay, I think. I just get caught up in my thoughts a lot. I've noticed. Which is why I'm trying to destroy them with alcohol and video games. You can go home if you want. Geo shook her head. No, no. I've already asked like 10 times. Is there anything you want to play? I promise it'll feel better than just watching. Do they have anything cute? You want to play this stuff for little girls. So what if I do? Well, it's not like any kids show up here anyway. Geo eyed the beer bottle in her hand. I figured as much. I think after this scene, I'll probably call it. Is she a leapfrog or something? Yeah. get her Oh, there was the hold on, I'm trying to recall something. There was this like kids game system. It was like a cartridge, I think it was like a V-Smile system. It was cartridge based and it had like a bunch of games, and then it had like its own controller with like a big joystick. Get her one of those. I think she'd enjoy that. Get her a V-Smile. Is this really okay? Honey muttered as Belle led her by the hand into one of the manor's guest rooms. Why wouldn't it be? Belle responded as she hung up her cloak. Honey frowned even though she was already taking her shoes off. Why here? Because I wanted to be here? Belle fell backwards onto the bed. Despite Honey's fretting, she knew they weren't going to be bothered by anyone in here. For the same unspoken reason the door was left unlocked to begin with. Did Belle even really know? Honey sighed. You shouldn't wear shoes on someone's bed. Belle gave an innocent smile and held out her legs towards her. Honey sighed again, pulling off Belle's boots and arranging them neatly next to her own on the shoe rack. Come sit with me, Belle whined, patting at the blanket. I'm coming, Honey murmured. Belle rolled closer as Honey sat beside her, clutching her toy rabbit happily. I just wanted to spend some time alone before we left. Of course. Are you feeling tired? A little. As much as I want to run around until I collapse, I think I've worried you enough. Emil called me a worrywart not long ago, Honey recalled. I like that side of you, though. Belle poked Honey with her toy rabbit. It's what makes you so cute! Honey gestured towards the rabbit. Would it be okay if I asked about that? Of course! Do you want to hold it? Honey nodded, taking it from Belle's hand and holding it up to her face. The color was faded, but it was clearly very well cared for. Belle must clean it quite regularly. She's very important to me. We've always been together. Belle cooed. Do you take her everywhere? Honey asked, running her thumb along the plush material. Belle shook her head. Only when I'm with you? Oh, right. I only just remembered. She wasn't there when we met, was she? Honey was struck with the realization that most of Belle's behavior she probably only ever showed around Honey. Belle gave her an amused smile, seeming to understand Honey's thoughts. If I was younger, I'd say something like, I wanted her to meet you. Belle sighed to herself. But now, I'm not quite sure why. When I'm alone, I never let go of her, and it just felt okay around you too, I suppose. I can't sleep without her, and I feel really lonely without her. I have a pretty hopeless attachment. I always liked stuffed animals. It's funny because the only difference between a toy and a pillow or something is that it has a face sewed on. But when I'm lying in bed, it feels like she's a living creature. She feels warm, even knowing it's just in my head. Of course, living stuffed toys really do exist, but I wasn't lucky enough to have one. But she's alive all the same to me. So, I can't really get rid of her. She helps me calm down. I'm pretty childish, aren't I? Belle said with a soft laugh. I don't see any problem with that, Honey murmured.
I still chew on my thumb sometimes. Belle laughed. I get scolded for that. I'm an embarrassing adult, really. Honey wasn't sure how to reply. Belle rolled back over, looking up at the ceiling. To be honest, I don't have many good memories attached to that toy. Her name's Chestnut, by the way. It feels a little strange calling her by name in front of someone else. I talk to her when no one else is around. Bill laughed awkwardly. All that said, I depended on her. I still depend on her. If it's okay to say, you said you kept your hair long because of your mother. It's maybe a little like that. Honey nodded, passing the doll back to Belle. Belle clutched Chestnut tightly below her chin. She was a gift from my mother. Before I was born, she bought it for me, even though I was a secret. The maid was keeping it safe for her and gave it to me. So, to me, she's the proof that I am loved. Belle sighed deeply, letting the doll fall to her side and staring up at the ceiling. I know it's strange to carry it around, but I don't feel like anything is really there unless I'm touching it. On instinct, Honey extended her hand outward. Belle clasped it affectionately, preciously. Your hands are nice, Belle sighed, holding the back of Honey's hand to her cheek. I said a lot of miserable things, haven't I? Belle lay in silence for a moment, squeezing Honey's hand. You know, this isn't something I need to explain to you, but I just want to complain a little. I wish I got to tell you myself all those things about me that everyone knows. It's frustrating. There are lots of things I don't know about you, though, Honey murmured. I want to hear about them from you. And the same goes from me to you. I ask you a lot of questions. Belle giggled. I don't mind at all. It's nice. I know I'm always playing around, but I hope that I'm a good friend to you. I really mean that. You are, really, Honey stuttered. Belle giggled a little at Honey's awkwardness. You've said a few things tonight about how I wag my tail, or how I speak when I'm calm. Those kinds of things I don't notice about myself, but I'm not used to those things either. I have to be very careful with myself when I speak, how I act. Honey. Honey curled her legs to her chest. You're one of the only people I like hearing say my name. Honey felt Belle sit up beside her and move closer. Belle laid her hand on the back of her palm. I must look pitiful right now. Sorry. If you don't want me to pry, that's okay. But, you know, if you're ever sad about anything, well, you always look after me, so of course I'd look after you too. Belle's voice was timid as she spoke. Honey tugged at her cravat. What was she meant to say? How could she say it? She couldn't push Belle away, but I'm not good at putting things into words. Honey swallowed. But it does mean a lot for you to say that. What I meant to say was, I feel more like myself with you than I do most others. And that really is new to me, even now, speaking like this. She mouthed fruitlessly for the words she wanted to continue with, unable to find them. Belle smiled, nuzzling against her arm. Honey leaned against her in turn. It didn't matter whether she could say it or not, did it? Not with Belle. Hey, Belle leaned forward. Speaking of names, I remember back when we first met, one of the first things you asked me was how I'd like to be addressed. I thought that was really sweet. I'm really happy that you always call me Belle. I don't really like Lady Katzbalka or anything like that. Belle is a nice name. It suits you. Thank you. I've never liked my family name. It's a word for a kind of sword. It means cat gutter. It's a little grotesque. Uh, anyway, you really don't like formalities much either, do you? Honey shook her head. I like getting to speak casually. Belle lazily plied across the bed on all fours to lay down. Honey followed her lead and settled beside her. I like the name Honey. Belle smiled. Honey, honey, honey. Honey fidgeted with embarrassment, and Belle beamed back at her with delight. Hey, what's something you want to know about me? Belle asked. Honey fretted. How about favorite color? Belle giggled a little at her weak response, putting on a sultry voice and peering into Honey's eyes as she said, If I had to say, right now, it would be yellow. It took Honey a moment to understand, letting out a loud sigh. Belle laughed, squeezing her toy rabbit below her chin. Sorry. I'm not sure what my favorite color is. Maybe pink, red, purple, white, or yellow. I like the colors of flowers. That's pretty predictable, Belle noted. I see. As for me, well, I'm not sure either. Aren't painters supposed to know these things? Belle asked. Well, I lean on pink reds a lot, but that's maybe just out of habit. I'd love to see your paintings again sometime. Ask me something else. Hobbies? You mentioned collecting dolls before. Well, Belle blushed. There is one, but I'm embarrassed. Don't be, Honey murmured. But don't feel forced either. It's embarrassing when you say you paint, but I'm sort of an artist too. Oh? Do you know what Queen's literature is? Belle murmured, burying her face behind her doll. No? Belle laughed awkwardly. Maybe it's better you don't. It's a sort of, I guess, slang. There was this one novel, graphic novel, comic, I should say. Lesbian comic, I mean. The Queen once mentioned being quite fond of it. It was a pretty obscure work, and kinda old too. It wasn't really popular at the time it came out. But the Queen said it was really formative to her, and it picked up a big fan base, and then people started making more work like it, and the term sort of started out as a joke, and then just sort of became the word for it. And, things kind of spiral into subcultures and particular interests, and so, I make those, very particular interest comics. I see. Really, it's not, art. I'm not very good, either. I'm sure it is lovely. No, it's, not exactly tasteful. Honey cleared her throat. If you are talking about, she stuttered, erotic art, I'm not, opposed or anything. I do sometimes look at that kind of thing. Belle's eyes lit up, shifting closer to Honey's face. You have to tell me more. Absolutely not. Belle giggled, bapping Honey on the cheek with her stuffed rabbit. Honey sighed, resigned to her fate. If you feel okay with it, I'd like to read your comics someday. I don't mind if they're strange. You make them, you probably couldn't expect anything. If I make them, you probably couldn't expect anything less, huh? Belle mused. You're supposed to deny that! Belle laughed, bapping Honey again. Sorry. It's my turn to ask you something, Belle chirped. Let's see. This is maybe a weird question, but have you ever shared a bed with someone? Yes, Emil and I share a bed fairly often. Really? Belle raised an eyebrow. Not like that, of course. It's more like a habit we never grew out of. The first time I stayed at the palace, we were still kids, really. I was staying in a guest room, and Emil snuck in with her pillow. She told me she was worried that I might be a bit lonely, so she wanted to share the room with me. I think really she was a little excited. It's the first time she'd ever had a guest, so she wanted to talk all night. I was pretty quiet, so I just listened to her. But it was really nice. Is that when you fell in love? Belle teased. No, Honey sighed, but it was when I realized that we really were close friends and that she could let her guard down around me, I think. Before then, I never knew what to think of her. It was hard for me to feel we were even the same age, but when she was talking to me like that, I realized she was just an excited kid. So after that, it was easier to understand her. Oh, I think that's really sweet. Bill gave her a smile. After that, it just became kind of expected that we'd share a room when we were together. She still likes to talk before going to sleep. Especially now, it's the only time we really get to talk a lot. Is laying here nice? Belle asked. It is, yes. Honey nodded. I've never really done anything like this before, to be honest. Though, I mean, you could guess that when I said I've never held hands. Belle giggled. When people talk about things like that, they usually mean in a more, when people talk about things like that, they usually mean in a more, romantic sense. I don't actually think that many people are intimate in friendship that way, Honey murmured. I'm the type who's always wanted to hold hands with their friends, I guess. Belle shifted a little closer, looking down at her toy rabbit. You really are dear to me. Can I ask you to spoil me some more? Belle asked. Honey nodded, offering Belle her hand. I just want to be held some more. Is that okay? Honey nodded, gingerly putting her arms around Belle as she nestled into her chest. Is this your first time holding someone like this? Belle asked her. Does it scare you? I mean, I worry a little about wanting to be gentle, but you're incredibly gentle. Belle buried her face beneath Honey's chin, sighing. It kind of scares me that this feels so normal. It's my first time ever being this close to anybody. I couldn't even tell you how much I fantasized about something like this. I'd hug my rolled up blankets or pillows or whatever else, imagining he was a person. When I was in the hospital, a nurse hugged me once when I was crying. I still think about her. Belle exhaled, nestling closer to Honey. Isn't that sad? Honey shook her head. I think that kind of thing is natural. I guess. Does this feel nice for you? Belle asked quietly. Yes. Are we going to stay friends? Of course we are. Am I special to you? Honey nodded. Yes, you are. Sorry, I'm being weird. When we hug like this, I get scared. Now that I know what it's like, I'm scared it's all going to disappear. I don't want to be alone again. That this feels so normal. It reminds me that it's just human to be close to other people. And I never got to be. Belle sighed. It's alright. Honey stroked her head. I really admire you, you know? You're so brave. I don't think I could ever be like that. I'm afraid of everything. Honey held her in silence, cradling Belle's head under her chin. There's something really wrong with me, I think. Sorry I'm always like this. There's nothing you need to apologize for, Honey murmured quietly. I know I shouldn't complain. Was all this really okay? What do you mean? Honey asked. If you let me act this clingy, it's only going to get worse. Belle's voice grew quiet. I don't want to let go of you. You're my friend. You're my friend. I don't see it that way at all. Belle didn't respond, pressed tightly against Honey's chest. Honey couldn't tell if she was crying. Honey held her tightly, lost for words. You're always so warm, Belle mumbled, still hiding her face. I don't know. I'm always cold. I feel like I'm hollow. Belle inhaled deeply, sighing at herself. I shouldn't say such things, should I? It's all right. There are things on your mind. I can listen. Honey rubbed her shoulder. It's okay. I got a little carried away. It just feels a little unfair that good things make me feel sad sometimes. I think that's natural. I don't like it. Belle sighed. I'm okay. Sorry. I don't want to worry you. Sorry. On the on the real, I like actually almost started crying reading that out. That bit really gets to me. Very good writing, good work. I mean, if you're out there, good work. Yeah. I'll be normal about it. I'll be so normal about it. It's alright. Honey scratched behind Belle's ear. I like it most when you pat my head. Belle looked up at Honey with a smile. You like my ears, don't you? I do. Honey nodded. Do you like to pet dogs? Belle asked. A family friend has a lot of them. They all seem to like me. They sense your kind nature, like I do. Belle pressed her face against Honey's chest, inhaling. And you always smell really good. I always miss how you smell when you're not around. Honey sighed. I don't wear perfume or anything. It's your natural scent. I could pick honey out of 100 people with my eyes closed. I'm sure you could. Belle nuzzled against her. My beloved honey. I really do wish I could eat you up. And we couldn't talk then. That's true. Like the classic saying goes, I want my honey to eat her too. Does it ever feel weird eating meat for you? Belle asked, looking up at her. Where did that come from? Honey sighed. Since, cow beef? Belle mused. It's not like it's cow people. I don't think I could do it if I were a cow. I mean, I don't eat meat anyway. But I think maybe I feel more strongly about my animalistic side than most people. You make me wonder a little bit about mine, Honey noted. How so? I do quite like greens. Do you ever feel the urge to gnaw on delicious looking patches of grass? Not quite, Honey sighed. Did you know that they make toy dog bones for people? I have one that I chew on all the time. Belle gave a fanged grin. I didn't know that. I wish I really could just be a cute little puppy. I want to live in your handbag. Belle whined. A cow wouldn't be very exciting to be, I think. Cows are really cute! Belle exclaimed. You think so? You're really cute, so of course they're cute, Belle cooed, nuzzling against Honey's cheek. Wouldn't you like to be animals with me? I don't know, Honey murmured, her voice muffled by Belle pressing against her face. But then you'd be my prey, Belle pouted. Cows are strong, though, I think. They're a lot bigger than a wolf. We're both herd animals. That's why we have to stick together, Belle giggled. There was a picture book I'd read to me like that, Honey muttered. My father was fond of it. The metaphor is rather blunt looking back. It sounds sweet, though. It was. Belle cuddled against Honey, wagging her tail. I really wish I was a dog. We can pretend, though, can't we? Hmm? You can just pretend I'm a puppy, can't you? I'll do my best, Honey stuttered. Belle giggled, nuzzling Honey's face. Honey raised her hand, tentatively scratching under Belle's chin. Belle whined with delight, hands curled into paws. Honey sat up, rubbing Belle's cheek with her hand. She couldn't say it aloud, but it really wasn't hard to play along. Everything they did together was already a bit like this, one way or another. Honey cupped Belle's cheek in her hand, moving her thumb towards the center of her mouth. Hmm? Belle's ears perked up. You wanted to bite it before? No, I'm shy. Belle blushed. It's okay. Really. Belle gingerly took Honey's hand in her own, pulling it to her mouth. Honey felt the pointed tips of Belle's canines press gently against her skin. Belle suddenly recoiled with a laugh. I'm a little scared to actually bite you. It's okay. Just a little nibble. Belle softly bit the tip of Honey's finger, avoiding her sharper teeth. My honey cheeks. Does it feel nice? Mm-hmm. Right? I'm obsessed with this scene. I love it so much. I love it so much. I love this scene. I love Belle. I love Honey. I love Honey and Belle. Just a little bite. Just a little nibble. Mm-hmm. Belle rolled onto her back, clutching Honey's hand like a treasured toy and rubbing it against her face. Honey leant over her, watching her expression curl into a mischievous smile. It was pretty obvious what she wanted. Honey sighed a little, timidly placing her hand on Belle's stomach. Puppy, 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 puppy. Oh, who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? My vulnerable underbelly. Honey gently rubbed up and down, too flustered to say anything. It's funny. All your guts are in your tummy. It's the place you're most vulnerable. But animals like to shout when they're being friendly. Belle giggled, red in the face. It always kind of feels like this ultimatum. Like, either hurry up and kill me. Belle looked up at Honey with an embarrassed smile. Or accept me for what I am and give me your affection. I'm always showing you my guts, aren't I? Honey murmured, watching Belle curl up around her hand as she stroked her waist. Belle giggled, drool running down her cheek. That tickles. I really am so spoiled. Right? Like Juno, I'm like right with you. I'm like this scene makes me like it really makes me feel like a little animal. Like this makes me want to play animal, you know? I love this scene so much. Belle giggled, drool running down her cheek. That tickles. I really am so spoiled. Pet me more. Honey pressed her hand a little deeper, rubbing back and forth. Belle had suddenly let out an embarrassed squeal, rolling off the bed and splaying onto the floor. Are you alright? Honey blinked, looking over the side of the bed. One moment! Belle scurried to her feet, darting into the bedroom's ensuite. Honey sat up, unsure if she should follow. I had to tinkle, Belle called out in a weak voice. Honey exhaled, both relieved and exasperated. You said that word again, and you left the door open. I made it! Don't worry, Belle whined. Well, that's good, Honey sighed. I can hear as much anyway. Honey flopped back onto the mattress, rubbing her face with a slow exhale. Her cheek burned against her palm. She lifted her hand from her face and realized it was trembling. Being a human really is complicated. Could you come here for a moment? Belle's anxious voice echoed out from the doorway. Honey slid off the bed, following her inside. Is something the matter? Belle was leaning over the sink, faucet running. want you to watch me wash my hands. God, that sounded weird. Not at all. If you could tell me my hands are clean, I don't have to worry about it. But I need you to see me doing it. Of course, Honey nodded, stepping over to Belle's side. Sorry. Don't be. It's alright. Belle laughed. We've long passed the point of any surprise for me at what a strange person I am, haven't we? If it helps you feel comfortable, then I don't mind any kind of request. You really are a sweetheart. How's this? Belle presented her hands to Honey. Perfectly clean. Honey took the hand towel from the counter, wrapping it around Belle's hands. The Honey stamp of approval! Belle smiled, rubbing her hands together. Now carry me back to bed! She grinned, bouncing on her toes. Yes, yes. Honey crouched down to lift her up. You're holding me like a kid. I was expecting like a princess. Belle pouted. I didn't mean for it to be one way or the other. Honey sighed. I always wanted to ask you to pick me up. Belle giggled as Honey set her down, nestling beside her as Honey sat up against the headboard. Are you feeling alright? Honey asked. I don't really understand how I think sometimes. Belle stretched her hands out toward the roof. I'm not someone who really worries about germs a whole lot. I mean, I do a little, but when I wash my hands, it's like it sets something off in my brain. That washing them means they're dirty, and when I wash them for totally normal reasons, suddenly it's about trying to wash something off. They're so genuinely so sweet. Like, their dynamic is, like, so sweet and special and nice. Like, I love how, like, Belle is, like, so able to, like, be open and comfortable around Honey, and I love how, like, supportive of Belle Honey is, and like how honest she is, and how Belle makes Honey feel like she can be more like understood. Yeah, the level up. Yeah, that's how I feel too. Like to be like understood and like wholeheartedly accepted in the way that like these two do. It's like it's so sweet. It's so sweet. It's like. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words for like how sweet it all is. Belle let out a sigh, pouting and resting her face against Honey's chest. Sorry, that doesn't really make sense. I guess that's why it's so frustrating though. It's alright. Honey wrapped an arm around her. You don't have to pat me some more. Belle made a paw with her hand in front of Honey's face. I'm a sad little puppy. Honey lifted Belle into her lap, rubbing her back. Of course. You like doting on me, don't you? Belle teased. Honey rested her head against Belle's, squeezing her hand. I like seeing you happy, so I can't deny it. You're as sweet as honey, Belle cooed, rubbing her face against her cheek. Honey sighed, stroking her head. We really are friends, Belle cooed happily. Of course we are. It just makes me happy to say out loud. Honey gave her a small squeeze in response. By the way, I'm like I feel like more people should be able to like not to be a little silly girl, but I think more friends should be able to be like this. Like, I don't know, that's my onion. That's my onion. Are we going to do this kind of thing again sometime? Belle asked. I'm not going anywhere, don't worry. I need a lot of reassurance. I'm sorry. It's okay. You can always ask. Belle smiled, cuddling up to her. Honey sat in silence with her, Belle's body wrapped in her arms. Belle lay as if asleep, Honey feeling the soft rise and fall of her body against hers. She was probably tired out by now, given everything tonight. She raised her hand, gently stroking the back of Belle's head. It was scary hearing her breathe, feeling Belle so close to her. But in response to that fear, Honey wanted to reach out to Belle for reassurance.
All friends should be able to be silly girls with each other. So true. So true. Like, that's, you know, that's my creed. You know, like a girl's gotta be a little silly, you know? Gotta be a little, gotta be a little goofy. Belle gave a wordless murmur back, her tail slowly wagging in appreciation. Everything was okay. Belle was safe in her arms. She trusted Honey's touch, and touched her kindly in return. It all felt surreal to Honey, embracing someone in a Manor's guest bedroom like this, being this close to someone. It felt like something beyond her, or never meant for someone like her. It shocked her she could act like this, touching Belle's face, rubbing her back, lifting her into her lap. But Belle made it easy. Her affection was so full and uncomplicated. She loved everything Honey did and understood everything she tried to say. Belle's touch was filled with warmth. Oh, thank you so much, Juno. Thank you, thank you so much. It's been a hot minute. Yeah. I consume more fluid. Thank you so much. Do you know you redeeming that and saying drink girl made me think of, like, you know, like that one girl where, like, she was getting, like, tugged by her ponytail and is being like fed milk or something from like a glass. I felt like that. Being forcibly hydrated. Okay, good, you know what I'm talking about. Drink girl. Oh, I'm so dehydrated. Oh, I'm so dehydrated. You want to hydrate me so bad. The first time Honey was ordered to kill somebody, she remembered staring at their body, so far away that it felt like trying to discern shape from a shadow. She stared at it for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of what had happened. It didn't feel sad. She didn't understand it. Her life was inhuman, and she became inhuman. Everything was so far away, but Belle was right there, holding on to her. The highway at night is so peaceful. Honey and Belle sat side by side in Honey's coupe, Belle resting her head against the window and watching the night scenery drift by as Honey drove. Sorry it's such a long trip, Belle murmured, clutching a rabbit to her chin. She had taken the train to the nearby town, and then joined with the complimentary carriage rides up to the manor house. Honey refused to leave her to travel home alone at night, and insisted on driving her home. It's fine. I like driving, really, Honey murmured. Still, Belle sighed, her apprehension fading. I appreciate you always doing this for me. Thank you. It's no trouble. Belle smiled, watching the street lights. Family like hers, they'd have to have a whole fleet of cars and drivers. If you'd like. If you'd like, I'm happy to drive you places. If you want to go shopping or whatever else, or just visit somewhere, Honey offered. You don't have to. I mean, I'd like to do those things with you, too. We could go clothes shopping. I don't exactly get much of an allowance. Belle laughed awkwardly. Oh, well, I'd be happy to pay for it. Is that really okay? Belle fidgeted with her rabbit. Of course, it's no problem. I've been meaning to go shopping myself for a while, if you wanted to. Well, Belle smiled. I'll come with you, if you let me pick out an outfit for you. Honey sighed. Well,
That's worrisome, but alright. Yay! Belle laughed, kicking her feet. Honey let out a small scoff, holding up hand to her mouth. I've always wanted to go on a picnic. Do you want to? Belle leant forward. Of course. That sounds nice. Where would you like to go? I don't really know anywhere. Honey pondered for a moment, thinking about the things that Belle liked. There's a rather nice park in East Tower. There are lots of flowers and a lake. We could go shopping, then have a picnic lunch there. If you'd like, we could visit the local baths after that. I go with a meal sometimes. I think you'd rather like it there, Honey suggested. That sounds wonderful. You sound excited. Do I? Of course you do. I am too. Belle smiled. Do you want me to bring anything? Do you want me to bring anything? I'll bring my own lunch. Do you have a blanket? Belle asked. I think so. You prefer tea, yes? I'm guessing with lots of sugar, Honey sighed. Belle giggled. Bingo! Milk? Belle nodded. I'll bring that, and sandwiches and coffee for myself. I'm really looking forward to it. Belle yawned, curling up in her seat comfortably. Me too. Glancing over at her, Honey felt a warmth bloom in her chest. Tonight was a lot of firsts for her. It stung just a little, that it felt like these things were coming so late. But it was the same for Belle, too. There's no shame in any of Honey's inexperience with her, and the feeling that she could be the first person to connect with Belle in that way, too, was... There was a part of her that felt a little unworthy of that position, but none of those feelings could win against Belle's kind words. Honey pulled into the street outside the Cotswolga Manor's gate, looking over to Belle fast asleep beside her. It felt a little rude to wake her up, but she gently pushed at Belle's shoulder. Belle looked up at Honey in a daze. Sorry, I fell asleep. Don't worry about it. Belle yawned and stretched, rubbing her eyes. It had only been a short while, but it was like she had been asleep for hours. She unbuckled the seatbelt, getting onto her knees and flopped across the center console to hug Honey. So sleepy. Do I need to carry you inside? Honey sighed. I just need to cuddle you every single second, or I will literally die. I'll waste away. Belle murmured. Honey exhaled, stroking the side of her head. I'll miss you. Belle whined. It's okay. We'll see each other again soon. I know. Just let me be a baby for a bit. Take your time. I need enough honey energy to last until I can see you again. I can with that. My honey nutrients, my honey vitamins. Wah. Belle held Honey in silence as if she'd fallen asleep again, before eventually sluggishly dragging herself upright. You're okay getting inside? Honey asked, following Belle out of the car, somewhat concerned she might trip over. Belle stretched and yawned again. I'll be fine. I'm sleepy. She turned to Honey, smiling despite her exhaustion. I had a really lovely time tonight. Me too. It was really nice. I'm really glad. It goes without saying that, well, tonight meant a lot to me. Me too. Belle sighed. Alright, I need to go inside eventually. It's freezing out here. Honey nodded, a little reluctant to let her go. Is it okay if I call you tomorrow? Belle asked, opening the wrought iron gate. Of course. We need to work out our plans in any case. Take care. I'll do my best. Good night, honey. Belle smiled. Good night, Belle. Good night, Belle sang, turning back and waving with both hands as she walked away. Honey leaned against her car, watching Belle walk up the pathway to the manor's door. It was beautiful, like any other home for nobility, but looking at the building gave her a sense of unease. She really didn't know anything concrete about Belle's family, and she hoped her gut feeling about them was wrong. It was difficult to shake the feeling that she'd done something wrong by returning her here. I know we're like very close to the end of this chapter, but I have been reading for almost 6 hours. I did not mean to be streaming for this long, but I was having such a good time reading this. I was in such a flow, and I love this a lot. I played this all before, and I really thought it's like, I think it's this scene, and then a scene where like Honey's at home, and I think that's all for chapter 2. Thank you, Gina. I had a really lovely time reading. I like this is genuinely really nice. I appreciate the kind words. Narration is nice. Thank you. Ah! That's thank you. That's really I say this a lot, but I'm always like I can sometimes get a little self-conscious about my reading quality and whatnot. So it's really nice to hear that it was enjoyable to listen to. I am very happy to be able to share this game. It's like probably one of my, like, if not my favorite visual novel project. It is absolutely fantastic, and it does a lot of things for me personally, and I'm very thankful that it exists as a piece of art. Yes. Okay. So I gotta throw out the stream ending screen, because that's what's happening. Oh, I don't know how I did that. I'm gonna be honest. This is the longest I have ever streamed my entire, I don't know if I should say streaming career, but you know, it's the longest that I've ever streamed. And it you know, I could probably technically like go for longer, but also, you know, I gotta pace myself a little bit. So I think, based on the kind of pace I was sending here, I could probably do the rest of what there is, probably early next week. Probably either a Monday or a Tuesday, I want to say, is what I do. Checking to make sure I don't have. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm gonna look to do. There also is probably going to be more Coquette on the horizon very soon. I'm very excited for more of chapter 3. Chapter 3 is not yet complete, but I'm like, yeah, I'm excited. Is there anyone? Oh, sorry. That sound was me stretching out my arms. Once I know when I'm streaming, I will be putting it on my Twitter, which I almost just linked the Twitter home. I'll post that up on my Twitter. Also,
also slide my own visual novel project. I'm going to do a little bit of self promo. I made a game. I made a weird bones game about being queer and living a permanent lived in existence, and being able to exist in the way you want to despite all, just normal girl things. And also we talk about bugs, talk about beetles. So if you like some weird girls expressing love in strange ways, there's that thing there. But yeah, I think that was thank you. I appreciate the show of interest. I'm not sure if there's anyone that I am gonna be able to raid that I wouldn't feel shy about, I guess. So I think I will let everybody disperse here. It is also nearly midnight in my time zone here. But yeah, again, thank you all so much for coming. I'm very happy to share this game, and I'm glad that you stuck all around to watch this game and listen to me do voices for it.